Yeah, that was Minicommune with Nia Nia. Let's get started with Vuoto. Let me get the YouTube chat up as well so I can see you guys over that side. There we go. I can see you on YouTube as well. Anyway, there's new stuff in Wuthering Waves, so let's go check that out. Also, check out those penguins. They're pretty cool. So this is an after story, so we'll be doing side stuff after this. Shortcut to that. No, I don't need to do that. Oh, I need to also put down the video quality again. Why is this even on? Okay, that should work. No, I will apply these settings. Okay, that's better. I might need to go to VTuber mode though if this keeps lagging.
When the bird glides across the sky. That song I listened to during my insomnia last night. The Renaissance do have an exquisite taste in art, but this melody just keeps my mind going. Not suitable for sleeping. Erase. Next, today's breakfast. Boy style.
What do you have to do?
All trivial. Erase it too. It was delicious though. Alright, looks like my guest has arrived. Gotta handle the rest later.
Yeah, still like it. So I'm going to full VTuber mode. I'll turn that off. Get you a green screen background. There we go. That should be better. I'll turn that stuff off.
What? Do I look like some murmuring android to you?
No, I'm wondering why you are you talking to yourself?
Sorry, President. Were you...
Tuning memories. Curious about my
Ah,
forte?
okay, well that makes sense. Do indulge me. Yeah.
I can extract frequency information from an object, use it as an anchor to draw out related memories, and store them in my mind.
Okay, that makes sense. I need to open that and that again. There we go.
But the brain has limits. So I have to decide which memories to keep and which to discard. Just like you saw earlier.
Oh. Can't you like write shit down? Doesn't it affect you?
Don't worry. I've set clear rules for what I erase. It's part of my daily life now.
I see.
Alright, back to the point. I told you all that because it ties into what I mentioned in the message earlier.
But the dark side?
Correct. I need your help to confirm something. May I borrow an item you always carry?
Sure, I guess.
Oh, you still have it. Perfect. Objects with personal meaning carry stronger frequencies.
Yeah, it's kind of burned, but
Rover, I'll need to ask you a few questions. Let's begin.
okay.
I have a general picture now. At the end of the celebration, you and Sigrika entered the dark side to solve the final riddle, and encountered another Sigrika.
Correct.
And you realized she was fake when she said, "Should finding an answer really be so important?"
If I recall correct, yes.
You got it all right. Amazing how much you learned just from that single card.
To me, your memories play like a film. I can pause and study them frame by frame. So, what happened after the fake Sigrika revealed herself?
Then, there was a rabbit. I remember chasing it. The same one I saw right after entering the dark side.
I see. Thank you, Rover. I think I found what I needed.
Can I have my card back?
Remember when I said frequencies and found that the rabbit was likely the root cause of the dark side anomaly? The rabbit leads those who enter the dark side to face what they fear and try to avoid. Just like Sigrika meeting her alter ego. Since then, the anomaly has persisted. Some students and professors have faced the same situation.
Mhm.
Given the Grand Architect's teaser for you and Dr. Luke, that rabbit should be one of the Fraxidus' little tricks in this game of theirs. They harmed my students and colleagues with such despicable means. As the president, I'll make sure they get a taste of their own medicine.
What do you plan then?
That rabbit is their pawn, which means I can turn it against them.
You can have the rabbit's paw as your pawn.
We'll lure it out, capture it, and remove the anomaly at its source. Then, using my forte, I can extract information about the Fraxidus from it. But mobilizing the Academy's resources might alert our enemies. I need some more personal aid. Someone I trust.
Yeah,
Who
sure,
knows
I'll
the
take one.
wonderful. Hearing that puts me at ease.
Anyway. But let's see what we have next.
It's worth noting that while many have entered the dark side, only a few were chosen by the rabbit.
Okay.
While the celebration incident was a Fraxidus scheme targeting you and Sigrika, the other victims might have followed a pattern that drew the rabbit.
We're going with this. Something hidden within them, okay? Let's see.
Exactly. We need to find out what each of them did in the dark side and make comparisons.
So we need to shake them off
The
items.
common threads might be what attracted the rabbit. The Academy has already
Oh, never mind
investigated the victims. Based on what we found, a few possible factors stand out. Like how long they stayed in the dark side, whether they entered with a strong purpose or desire, and whether they brought anything back. Our next lead is a professor with a pretty strong opinion against the Academy's management. That's why you as a student are a
I
better
may have an
choice
idea
to
who that
approach
is,
him.
but let's see. And you?
Don't worry, I'll be assisting from the dark side. My forte will be essential to uncover what they experienced. Once you speak with him, try to obtain one of his personal items. That'll let me relive his memories in the dark side.
So we are shaking someone down, but it's not a student, it's a professor. Well, I'm the bright side and you're on the dark side. Okay.
Now, I've texted you the basic info on that victim. And take this.
So another beacon? Yeah. And she's gone. How rude.
Don't underestimate this little mirror.
Yeah, there we go.
It's actually a communicator. It's only natural for partners to have a private line, right?
The beacon, but a communicator. I see.
It's getting late. I'm already on my way to the dark side. The on-campus investigation is in your hands now.
Then we shall proceed.
Oh, and check your phone. I've sent you a new message.
Okay. Beep. Foil transfers. Sure. Professor Seri, there it is. And I need to go all the way over there. Let me change this to have this off. So
Where am I?
here we go over way over there. I'm gonna fast travel to there. Let's see. Yes, my makeup looks good. This mirror? Yes. Oh. I'm a vampire. I think it's more than she keeps tabs on me rather than I contact her.
You're holding it too close. Using a communicator like that would make you look too suspicious.
So it's just always on.
Relax. I already adjusted the settings before giving it to you. Just keep it in your pocket. The key is to stay calm and look natural.
Noted.
So, what does your receiver look like?
Why not take a guess?
Zip your butt.
Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Think of something that pairs with a mirror, like a lip balm.
Okay. So you get the smaller one. Maybe it is in your butt. Anyway, what have you guys up to? Fumiguruma. Camp's safe resting point. Pack it up, get main outpost, and he'll record everything. And you're gonna be asking Roya questions. And make sure you've memorized all 192 safety protocols from yesterday. Avoid all problems. Alright. Hello.
Ugh, law of conservation. Then tell me, is the time between holidays and weekdays physically symmetric?
It is in fact not.
Fridays turn into weekends, but when weekends pass, it takes 4 whole days for Friday to come again. Time clearly isn't evenly divided, is it?
Maybe when they invented weekdays and weekends, they didn't think about that law. You know, science is rarely accepted by the masses at first. Anyway, we should probably focus on the back-to-school exam. I heard President Lucilla wrote the questions. Now just imagine our pass rate. Freshmen, you'd better be ready.
Any guides for this for me?
Exam guides? You mean like notes, previous tests, or lecture reviews? Forget it. None of that works on President Lucilla's exams.
But would it work if she has forgotten some of them? By choice.
According to her, don't think of it as a test of knowledge, but an assessment of your life skills.
Same answer.
After all, here at Star Torch, knowledge isn't just for show. It's what lets you breathe and move forward.
Yeah, she really doesn't like those old scholars who keep talking about theories all day.
Maybe that's the problem with
Speaking of our professors,
yeah.
is there anyone who might go easy on students? Maybe Professor Savi?
Professor Savi? Maybe. People say he treats students like his own kids. We just saw him earlier.
Where he is now.
But isn't he one of those old scholars the president dislikes?
Maybe.
I heard they had a dispute once. He refused to compromise his academic pursuits, and it all ended on a sour note.
Ugh. Adult drama. Let's not dwell on it.
I need to ask something.
And why are you asking about Professor Savi?
Need to discuss something with him. Tell me where is Sevi, for I must desire to speak with him.
Say no more. He's nearby. You can find him up ahead.
Okay.
They remember it so clearly. Guess my speech on the opening ceremony wasn't a complete waste of time.
So it was
Of
academic?
course not. If we are having ugly disputes simply over academic issues, Star Torch Academy wouldn't even need to exist.
Okay. It's personal then.
Professor, about my paper. You've got a lot of nerve. I read it.
That's not
Aside
second.
from the title, the rest was mind-numbingly long and irritating, like a damn void worm. And don't you dare include my name in your acknowledgements. That'd be pure slander. That's all.
Damn.
A freshman. What is it?
Excuse me, have you seen Sevi?
Well done. That voice, it's Professor Carl. You better answer him candidly. He's one of the tough nuts, just like Professor Savi.
Savine. He's probably prepping instruments. The man seems to be trapped in his research lately. Ever since he got back from the dark side, he's been calling for its shutdown, saying no one should go in. That caused another big argument with the top brass.
Oh, what's up with that?
Why? Probably because of Lucilla and her merry band. They must have botched something and Seville caught wind of
I
it.
see.
You're new, so you probably wouldn't know. Seville and I don't really see eye to eye with
Oh,
Lucilla.
do indulge me.
She's a fine teacher. But as the Academy's leader, hardly. If it's about scholarship, we have geniuses like Professor Mornier. If it's about leadership, we have investors with far more experience.
Investors do not mean experience, they just mean money. This is important.
And yet, she, an average resonator with no special expertise, is now carrying the Academy's future. Forget it. Don't even know why I'm bringing this up with a student. Guess I've been bottling that up for too long.
Okay.
About what Professor Carl just said?
Oh, don't worry. I'm fine. In my position, hearing skeptical voices is part of the job. But tell me, Rover, what do you think a president should be like? And where should Star Torch Academy be heading?
If I had my memories, I would probably know, but I don't know.
Oh, no rush. Go see it for yourself. Let's keep moving. Professor Seville should be just ahead. And one more thing. He is also a memory-type resonator. He can reproduce and project objects from his memories. To keep you focused, I'll stay quiet during your conversation.
And what do you guys do? Make sure. Okay, so they are reporting blah blah blah. Broadcasting live the fabled exoswarm. The mining drone. How it stinks. Okay, that was kind of funny, but it was attacking me, so it needs to die. Sprout. Pop, 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 pop. BB gone. I should change to a team that is more in like this one, this area. I have my Mornier team somewhere. Yeah, this is the Star Torch Academy team.
Roving among the stars.
Is that Sevi then? Anything else interesting in here? I guess not. Yeah, it's Sevi, who is looking at some academic stuff. Okay.
You're late. Did you bring all the materials I asked for?
Wrong person.
Hand me the recalibrator. What? My mistake. I thought you were my assistant. You are, have we met before?
Probably not.
The Academy newspaper. You must be the student behind the success of the new solar ceremony, right?
Yes.
So, when the launch program for Helios bugged out, how did you manage to recalibrate the parameters? And what about the live drive data?
About that, don't overwhelm me with this.
Watching a project come to life always gets me a little overexcited. I helped with part of the launch mechanism myself.
Cool.
Oh, I haven't even introduced myself properly. I'm Seville, professor from the Department of Engineering, and a past recipient of the Space Trek Collective's Star Torch Prize.
So that's the item
This
we need
prize
then.
hasn't been awarded in years due to the difficult situation. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm not showing off. keep it to remind myself that our science did make headway before. Though now...
What's the issue?
Anyway, what brings you here?
Lucilla mentioned that he's not on good terms with the management. I can't let him know I was sent here by her.
So I'll
Still, we're both victims of the dark side. Maybe approaching from that angle
Yeah,
won't
dark
raise
side thing.
suspicion. I'm here to talk about the dark side. Sigrika and I had an accident there, and I heard other students and professors experience something similar. There are so many conflicting stories about it. As someone who had been there, I want to know if everyone saw the same thing. You've entered it too, haven't you, Professor?
Before that, tell me, what did you see in there?
I will tell the truth. No, I'll No, I'll tell the truth.
Unfortunately, although I did enter the dark side once, I didn't see any of that. Still, with all these incidents, the place should be completely sealed, especially from students. Now, I have to prepare for an experiment. We can have more discussion next time. Oh, and, that medal's yours now. The Star Torch Prize may have been discontinued, but your
Well, that was easy.
contribution to the new solar ceremony deserves recognition.
Though unless he created that to trick Priscilla.
What we need now is another breakthrough in technology. So, take it as my personal acknowledgement.
Well, thank you. Though I smell fuckery. Why would I call her right here, but sure.
Yes, I've heard everything.
Looks like Professor Savi didn't want to open up about what he saw in the dark side.
Even so, that medal's a valuable lead. It's deeply connected to him. Please place the medal in front of the makeup mirror. I can't touch it myself, so I'll read and tune its frequency remotely.
Sure.
Excellent. Now, leave the rest to the adult.
I am more. This character is supposedly older than her, so. It was Lucilla, not Priscilla. Sorry. And what are you doing? That's not lip balm, that's literally lipstick.
President, can you still hear me?
Yes, the comms are stable. Let's begin.
We proceed.
This is strange. I was setting up the room according to the riddle the Academy gave me, but now it's... Who changed the riddle? Who altered the scene? Could it be that rabbit the students keep mentioning? Either way, I should focus on restoring the room through memory projection. If a student gets misled and causes another accident, it'll be a real headache.
So, this is Professor Savi's memory when he first entered the dark side. He stayed here quite a while and used his forte. From what we just saw, he was one of the staff involved in the new solo celebration. He came here to restore the scene that had been tampered with. But
wrong?
What's up?
Not exactly. Maybe because I'm a memory type resonator too. Something caught my attention. People think memory type resonators like us are masters of memories and emotions, unshaken by illusions or insults. But no forte is perfect. When we pour all focus into manipulating memories, information floods the
You
mind.
mentioned it before.
That's when we're most vulnerable. The anomaly in the dark side preys on the mind. If I were a Fraxidus member, I'd strike then. Ugh, this projection won't hold for long. Let's move forward.
And as we proceed, check something. Similar to what we saw last time, so I doubt that there will be Easter eggs. But I'll check anyway.
I can't even feel time passing here. Half an hour's gone already. This one should go here. Wait, the rabbit. You again. Are you the one who changed the riddle and warped this place? Get back here.
This memory records the moment he met the rabbit. Before that, he mentioned time. Could that be another key factor?
Did the other victims have similar behaviors?
Yeah.
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. Keep going.
That looks like arena to fight stuff in.
Gone again. No matter how good you are at hide and seek, your traces stay in my memory. I'll just need to use my forte again.
And then you overclock. Okay, there we are.
No use hiding. I know you're there. Surprised? Staring at yourself.
And there is the actual evil.
No. I know what this is. The dark side's a mirror. You're just my shadow. Ha! Even if I'm a shadow, so what? I'm still part of you. Afraid your shadow might know a few of your secrets. Secrets you've been running from. You're trapped, desperate for progress. Like that Huang Long researcher, who eventually threw everything away for the truth. Haskar Spectrum. That name rings a bell.
I suppose it's about to.
I'm nothing like Paskar. Oh, you're right about that. You don't even have his courage to give it all up. That's why you're stuck here, like a labyrinth running in circles. But what if I told you the answer you've been seeking is right here? Something
no?
about your current project. Go on. Take a look. The data model was wrong from the start. Is this where the error lies? If I fix it, my second hypothesis could actually work.
Or it's lying to you.
Then, based on the corrected model, the result should be... Wait. There's a formula missing. The first half matches my derivation perfectly. Where's the rest? Where's the other half of the formula?
It was stolen.
I never said the answer was free. Let's make a fair trade. Offer something of equal value, and the answer's yours. Look, I've even prepared the stakes for you. Everything tied to your research.
No.
Thesis, data, it's all here. So, which one's worth the truth?
No, I refuse.
See? No weight at all. Your report's worthless. Try again. Ah, no, no, no. Far from enough. Is that the extent of your pride in
You never win with that
Why not
kind of a
wager
creature.
everything? That can't be. But it can. You've spent all your chips. What else do you have left to trade? Ah, right. Almost forgot about that. Your greatest honor, wasn't it? Let's see if it's worth anything.
But if it's what was put on table, then the one I'm holding isn't real. It's a trap.
Look at that. You've given everything, and yet you still can't trade for a single answer.
I've not given it, I've
Or
wagered.
The scale is the answer. The so-called scientific pursuit at Lahai Roy contributes nothing to the advance of human civilization. And of course, it can't change what sleeps beneath Lahai. You know exactly what I mean. Enough! You don't understand anything. Oh, don't I? You've got nothing left? Oh, but there's still one last thing you can trade. Your life. Go on. This is the part you idealists always love, isn't it? I told you, you don't understand. You're just preying on desperate seekers of truth.
And that is the Dark Rabbit.
I won't let anyone else enter this room.
How'd you get out then?
So that's why Professor Savi was so determined to keep everyone out of the dark side.
He was protecting them in his own way. He feared that eager students or passionate teachers might trade their lives for an illusion of truth. Greatness isn't just about achievement. Sometimes it's about facing reality and still choosing to live with dignity. At Star Torch Academy, we pursue truth, yes, but we value the journey more than the destination. Weighing our worth on a scale? That's true ignorance. Now then, if we cross-check the clues from Savi with the Academy's earlier findings...
Is it about time? Or does it do
Spending
anything
more
time?
time in the dark side does raise the chance of seeing the rabbit. but that's not
It's
the
the
root
forte, but
cause.
what? But
Now then, if we cross-check the clues,
the-
you're saying it's drawn to, but everyone has weaknesses.
yeah.
Some hide them deeper. Now then, if we cross-check
Well,
the clues
funny
from
guys, they
Seville,
give those
the Academy's
things
earlier
and,
findings,
It does nothing, but this is where we go forward.
you're half right. The key isn't the forte itself, it's what it acts upon.
Mhm.
Remember? Professor Seville used his forte to restore the scene, and other student victims used theirs to take something from the dark side. In both cases, they influenced the space itself. That's the real link.
So that. Well, we'll see where this goes.
Since we found the answer, I'll wait for you here. Hello? Lucilla?
Look, there's actually one more thing I didn't mention. After the celebration, every dark side victim shared one trait. They were all memory-type resonators, and there aren't many of us in the Academy. Only one remains. You understand what that means now, don't you? Focus my mind. Loosen my thoughts. Just a little.
What
Give
the
the
fuck?
threat an opening. A small price to draw it out. In that false professor's words, a fair trade it is.
What are you doing?
Since the Fraxidus went to such lengths to invite me, well, as the president, how could I turn down the feast?
Overseer will make a presence known, maybe, or send a minion.
That student. You seem to trust her quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. You'll understand once you meet her yourself. Anyway, how's your progress?
Just as planned. No one else remains in the dark side. But the rabbit's clever. Every room has traces of its frequency. I can't pin down its exact trail.
Huh. If it were easy to catch, their little feast wouldn't be half as entertaining, would it?
I kind of want to eat some rabbit, actually.
And remember, if anything unexpected happens, you know what to do.
Since the Fraxidus went to such lengths to invite me, well, as the president, how could I turn down the feast?
So, yeah, you know what you were doing, but you went anyway.
Of course. And I knew if I told you sooner, you'd either stop me or try to follow me.
Yes.
But there's something only you can do from the outside. The dark side is unstable by nature. Remember what I said? The Academy used riddles to regulate its gateways. Most have been replaced by Fraxidus riddles, but a few originals are still hidden in the Academy's archive. And the archive is inclusive. Be careful what you dig into. Rover, I need you to set a stable dark side exit with a riddle unknown to the Fraxidus.
Okay, let's go.
Remember what you told Sigrika at the celebration? That means no matter what, we stick together.
Why don't we? Can't ditch me, you know.
Even if I said no, you'd come anyway, wouldn't you? Fine. The dark side is a maze. I'll leave a few clues behind to guide you.
Better.
But if anything goes wrong, promise me, you'll get out immediately.
I'm not sure if I can do that. Okay. We go to Rebel College. Still faster. To take the
Roving
bike.
among the stars.
Let's get in.
Roving among the stars.
How do you know this game is Asian? It's left side traffic.
Roving among the stars.
Let's see. Well, we see the screen. Teacher's column, issue number 5. Fashion is a way of self-expression, a reflection of who we are and what we are. The variation in size, the play between symmetry and asymmetry, and the different contours, they all quietly shape how we see ourselves and how the world sees us. Styling at its heart is a delicate and graceful experiment, a designer's way of interpreting the world and the ever-shifting scenery through their own lens. Warm sunlight spills across the campus. A grey off-shoulder knit top meets a timeless plaid skirt paired with a dark-toned handbag in just the right size. I know fuck all about fashion, by the way. Anyway, a golden butterfly brooch gleams gently at the chest, infusing a touch of grace into the muted grey. A hint of retro charm blends effortlessly with the modern academic wood that time itself has. The fuck? Okay. Document. If this is boring, I'm not gonna read it. Okay, this might be. Breaking news. Star Wars 8 Great Mystery, The Vanishing Miko. Multiple students have reported seeing a girl in white Miko robes wandering around campus. Yet, when school authorities reviewed the surveillance footage, not a single trace of this mysterious figure was found. Okay, ghost stories. Some say that spirits cannot be captured by cameras. Others dismiss it as an elaborate prank. And some even suspect that the witnesses themselves may have staged the entire event, perhaps in an attempt to add new chapter to the Academy's 7 graders. Wait, should I have read them from left to right? Whatever.
The alternative riddles for the new solar celebration. Guess this is what President Lucila wanted. Why is it tucked into a storyboard, though? Her hobby?
Perhaps.
Hope this helps.
No. We're going to go in the dark side right after I run ads and take a piss. Be right back. wasn't supposed to do that. Okay, I guess we entered the dark side. Yeah, the break is almost over.
You're here. This way.
If I follow this path, it should lead me to the president.
Yeah, that looks like her.
That's odd. Why are tacit discords here? And they're all moving towards her.
Why am I slower than normal?
Sounds come. Hopefully this helps.
Okay, I can dispatch them, but that was kind of odd. Or maybe I'm just not used to the Spectre rover. Yeah, you're looking all shifty, aren't you? Stare.
Tacit discords are gathering around here.
Oh, that's a bigger one.
Hopefully this helps.
Don't shoot me, bro.
Strike from the shadows.
But I was having fun.
Well, you're not having fun anymore, are you? That seems ominous.
This is.
This is the depths of the dark side.
Even got my taste right, huh? It's always so easy to read one's mind.
Hello, Rabbit. Or Overseer.
The Tragic Life of Lucilla. Directed by Lucilla.
And
Starring Lucilla.
Welcome. Enjoy your own movie.
Using my name and slapping on a title that lame?
who's that? Is it Tim again?
I
Or is
heard
it
the
this-
Fraxidus had a playwright. And this is what your art looks like?
Yeah. What do we have it?
This is the story of a girl who discovered she could read memories when she started to grow up.
But we fucked up his
Before she could fully develop
stuff.
her self-knowledge, she absorbed too many memories that weren't her own. Until she lost who she was.
Stealing Savi's voice? Twisting people's lives into your cheap drama. Since when does that count as cinema? What's next? My grand arrival in Lahairoi?
It counts as cinema in real life because reality TV. And it's shit. But yet she's stay there crying as a picture. Act 2.
How ironic. The girl who built her life on her memory gift walks into an institute buried beneath the Frostlands and becomes its leader. A flock of lambs chasing the future crowns a shepherd who can only record the past. What can she offer?
A future.
Drown in the relics of humanity's golden age? Or lead the innocent straight into the abyss? The flock crosses the frozen lands, trying to light fires against the coldness and darkness.
They're doing
Some
okay.
burn clothes, some burn books, some even burn themselves. But the coldness and darkness know no end, and devour everything. In the end, nothing remains. Only silence.
Mm-hmm. You're trying to overwrite my memories then, or Lucia's memories. Zero out of 10 in
Oh, how considerate to have even written the Academy's ending
0 out of
for us
10.
too.
on Rotten Tomatoes.
If this ever hit theaters, I'd fast forward it tenfold just to end the agony. The title really tells it. Utterly tasteless.
Thus ends the film. However, upon review, it's filled with meaningless actions, and its protagonist is pitifully naive. The script will be rewritten and rescreened. Actress, please wait before the curtain.
A post-credit scene? Planning to remake my life now?
Yeah, I figured that would.
Fine. Since you've handed me a free ticket, I'll see it through.
The Tragic Life of Lucilla. Remake. Scene 1. Action. The pitiful girl repeats her past, grows up again, and again arrives at Star Torch Academy, standing once more at a crossroads.
Fascinating. Well, I'm going after her.
Now, I'll announce the results of the Star Torch Academy presidential election. The vote was jointly conducted by each department's committee and the new Federation Special Investigation Panel. Professor Lucilla, congratulations. You've been elected as the new president of Star Torch Academy. Well then, President Lucila, care to say a few words?
But
That's amazing, Professor Lucila. Oh, should I say President Lucila now?
say it.
Thank you for your trust, but I don't intend to accept.
Lucila actress.
Compared to others at the Academy, don't you think I'm a bit too ordinary? I have no major academic achievements, nor administrative experience. Honestly, sometimes I even feel small standing among all of you.
Okay.
Making a nobody the shepherd is dangerous for everyone, isn't it? So, please understand my choice. I'm content following at the back of the flock. I request a new election.
And what happens then?
Quiet! Quiet! Everyone please be seated.
Professor Lucila, have you...
Unless she knows her place. Let's just set a new election date and move on.
Fuck you. And we
Look, Professor Lucila's here.
do I have anything here? Oh, I can talk to them.
Professor Lucila, last time we stopped at page 59?
Alright then, page 60, bottom right corner. This photo was taken before the lament. Back then, there was no etheric sea, and aerospace technology wasn't blocked yet. One of humanity's probes took this image in space. Our homeworld, see? Just a pale blue dot.
We have a new Earthrise picture. We don't have a new pale blue dot yet, like from the Voyager probes, but you know. Yeah.
So what's the point?
Excuse me?
I mean, what's the point of taking that photo? Looking at it only makes us feel small. That tiny dot only makes all of us on it feel more insignificant, pathetic even. That so-called golden age of exploration and the great astronomy before the lament, all they bring is loneliness. We're all lonely in that endless darkness, just like Star Torch Academy now. Tell me, Professor, does our so-called exploration here even matter?
I don't know.
First time I've ever seen you speechless, Professor.
Well, I did have a speech. It just wasn't what you wanted.
About your request, I have the right to reject it.
What's up then?
Absurd. You want to withdraw now, at the most critical stage of the experiment? Who could possibly take your place?
I'm just scared. Scared to touch those instruments again. Scared of seeing results that don't match what we hoped for.
Afraid of the risks? Then switch to theoretical work. Are you really going to let everything you've built amount to nothing?
We're going to eventually make an artificial sun here. What next? That's a version of me then. Let's see what the fuck is happening here.
Professor Lucila just ran out of the room, clutching her head. Like she's lost it.
The fuck?
How long has she been locking herself in there?
No clue. We just heard stuff breaking. And someone crying.
Could it be she's having another episode?
another episode?
The madness caused by memory confusion.
Okay, dude.
Are you really quitting the project, Lucilla?
Will be my final lecture. I've already
Yeah, it's now this room.
She said nothing. Deep down, she'd already accepted her own mediocrity and stopped moving forward.
Okay, Fraxis,
The
dude.
girl who once forced herself to stand tall now teeters on the edge. Her curtains about to fall.
To be fair, that was not as shit as his version. It was still horrible, of course.
Did the others' memories bleed into mine again? How long was I out? The meeting's already over. What's happening to me? I just want to forget. To erase this wretched forte.
But that's not her.
Erase. Right. If I erase the memory of my forte itself, maybe then everything will go back to normal. I'm done with all of it.
She abandoned her title, her right to explore, and now even her own forte.
She chose to kill the person she used to be. Like someone who had drowned, losing both her air and shadow.
Blah, blah, blah,
A
blah,
different
blah,
choice.
blah, blah.
A brand new life. Tell me, our dear audience, isn't this fascinating? If everything's destined to fade away, why not just wait it out? Enjoy the last bit of pleasure and revel in the beautiful memories before the end.
After all, fleeting joy feels far
And
more
when
real
all the dark
than
side
some
comes out.
unreachable truth.
You only need to come a little closer and take my hand.
How about I don't?
Our lives can trade places. No more pain.
Ah, that's
only
their
warmth
end
and
game.
bliss. The curtain's about to fall. And the choice is yours.
Now I'm about to enter.
Done with your performance? All that noise for one purpose. The same trick you used on Savine.
There it is.
Stirring fear, pressing old wounds. Let me guess what you're after. Targeting Sigriko was just a diversion. You wanted the Academy to intervene. Next, the memory-type resonator is affected in the dark side. And you knew I'd see it. That was your invitation. So this little play, it was meant for me and all the memory-type resonators. You're afraid of something in us, aren't you? Something that threatens your grand scheme. You put on quite a hilarious show, I'll give you that. But you came to the wrong audience. You can ramble about pasts and futures all you like, but I only focus on the present.
I could never
And
walk
that's
on high
exactly why
heels.
your message in that film disgusts me.
And the hat is back.
I don't deny the doubt, the struggle, or the pain we face in our search. Every soul in Star Torch Academy has endured those. But the weight of civilization demands shoulders to bear it. And we, right from the beginning, are a flock, walking willingly toward our own end.
Based.
If the campfire's dying out, then these lambs you mock will burn themselves, just to walk one more mile before the final breath. No glory sought, no remembrance needed. We'll lie down here, leaving not a trace.
And then we fight.
But what's the point of it all? The point? You, who watch us burn. You're the proof. You and everyone behind you. That's our meaning.
He doesn't get it. Because that's not a hair.
And
That's
one more thing.
Well, it.
Whether I deserve to be the president? That's not for your cheap words or your lousy films to decide. If you're so desperate to tear me down, that only proves I'm doing something right. Tell me, who's the real desperate one here?
Oh, also bonus.
You're not the only one with backup.
I'm here.
Mate.
Now we fight. Hello. That's not a rabbit. Oh. So few of you.
You're here.
Go after it. I'll handle the rest.
Come on, we've still
That is
got
also
work to do.
acceptable. Excuse me, you are about to get fucked. Bye. Hello, rabbits.
Stay sharp, Rover. It can take the form of anything in the dark side. There's only one passage here. It must still be around. Stay close.
They be chilling. Let's catch a rabbit. Let's call all the rabbits, because why the fuck not? We are the motherfucking Alice in Wonderland that never was. That said, I actually want to play Alice Madness Returns. It's an older game. I think there's probably an achievement for catching all the rabbits. What are you? You're just shocked. Good at letting me catch them many at a time, you know. ones. There's gotta be a hidden one somewhere. There's gonna be the rabbit in the hat. Is the rabbit being fried, deep fried? No. Is the rabbit in the roof? No, I suppose not.
No sign of it here either. Let's split up.
Split party, that might be
I'll check this
dangerous.
room. You take the one before.
Okay. Your is the evil one. Show me your eyes. Blue eyes though. Hi.
Told you. It's checkmate this time.
It isn't, but do we have my does a Discord eat it? Should be.
We still haven't figured out what the Fraxidus wants with the dark side.
Maybe Abby can
For
eat.
now, this little one's our only lead. Let me try reading its memory first.
Defiance, have you?
Oh, looks like I don't even need to use my forte.
I suppose this counts as our first proper meeting, Madame Lucilla.
Proper meeting? You're talking to me through a rabbit from your little hideout. That's what you call proper? Still, thanks for the film. It was tasteless and trashy, but I'll admit, it added a little fun to my job. You knew I'd catch this rabbit from the start.
And didn't you already know it was a trap meant for you? We both have what the other wants.
What are you trying to do in the Highroy?
As an educator, you of all people should know better. Finding the answer is the asker's job, you know?
But she won't trade shit for it.
Still, congratulations. You won this round.
Won? I never agreed to play your little game. And neither did my students. Right, Rover?
To my best of friends. No. Right. You're just flattering yourself.
Flattering myself? That hurts. I worked very hard setting up those trials for you.
They were trivial.
If you didn't enjoy them, don't worry. There'll be a next round. And I promise it'll be far more thrilling.
Unless
Because next time, we'll be betting on the very fate of Lahai Roy. Will it go boom and vanish? Or will the flames of Star Torch keep burning?
okay, keep your grandiose bullshit to yourself. She's worried. That, I guess.
I can't wait. truly. I can't wait for our next meeting.
I can't with this ancient tropes. I don't understand.
Our next meeting.
At least there's apparently going to be cyberpunk for some stuff.
It's all right. At least we dealt with the source of the dark side's anomaly.
Who's the Miko just now? The fuck's a Miko?
I know you've got many questions, but let's get out of here first.
Okay. I guess that's the end of it for this part of the story. I've only been online for an hour and a half.
You said the things in the dark side wouldn't hurt them.
Didn't I do what you asked? You wanted to help Sagrika, so I tweaked the dark side to help her see herself clearly.
But that is the aspect of Niora that was actually the architect.
Besides,
Well,
no one
what
got
was the
hurt.
architect? That was Niora.
Your friend, your teacher, and Rover. I should thank you, actually. You helped me finish an experiment.
Yeah, still the architect.
Experiment?
The opposite of the void. How far can memory-type resonators go before its power consumes them? And what other tricks is this petty academy hiding? A Miko wielding a sword? Come, my sweet darling. We've still got much to do.
What about the rabbit? Isn't it your pet?
I suppose it's irrelevant now.
We don't keep trash. We dump it.
Oh, yeah.
So, please try hard to be useful if you don't want to be disposable.
Sorry, Rover. I've kept you busy all day.
Yeah, give me something in the but not for that.
From the moment you came to me, you already knew this was a trap set by the Fraxness. Yet you planned to walk right
That was
into
kinda known.
All in a day's work for your president. Besides, it worked out pretty well, don't you think?
And it, what it fucked up?
Don't worry. I know the dark side pulls people toward what they fear and try to escape from. But I learned to face my past honestly long ago.
So, what happened?
You want to know?
Yes, I actually do.
Didn't you say you wanted to introduce a new course? Star Torch guidelines from strangers to confidants? Students and teachers should get to know each other, right? Maybe this counts as our first class.
I really set myself up for that one.
Yes, you did.
Well, before I turned 20, I couldn't tell which memories were mine and which belonged to the ones I had read. As I absorbed more and more of them, I saw too many births and deaths. I started to feel how small and ignorant I really was.
I see.
That's exactly what the dark side preyed on. It then recreated the predicament I once lived through. The Fraxidus was questioning me, the representative of Star Torch Academy. When the future offers no answers, and existence itself is destined to fade, can anything we do in our brief and ignorant lives truly matter? As a student of Star Torch Academy, what do you think, Rover?
I think things are going to a fascinating way here, but well, there's no reason to think that. Apparently that's what this character thinks.
That's the kind of answer you'd say. Back then, I joined the Space Trek Collective without a real purpose. But luckily, just like you, I met a good teacher.
I suppose it was the Rover before she lost her
My
memories.
teacher was an ordinary man.
Oh,
A
no,
lawyer
okay.
in charge of observation in the Frostlands. We both spent our days watching and recording, each in our own realm. But he never saw himself as just an observer. Again and again, he made connections with people and the things he studied, and built bridges between them. It was like how we draw lines between the stars now. In these perilous Frostlands, each person is a point of light for another. Maybe I used to stand too high, never stooping to feel the emotions in those memories. The ones that needed time to settle for an ordinary person. When I revisited the memories I once read, I realized they all shared one thing in common. Everyone spends their whole life searching for answers. And it's those very answers that give meaning to our journey toward the future, even if we might find nothing in the end.
And did you find something?
No, I'm still searching. In that sense, I'm the same as all of you.
Unfortunate.
Just another student on the path. So, don't worry. Until I find it, the Fraxidus won't be able to shake me. Also, about that Miko lady you're curious about. My lips are sealed on that, I'm afraid.
For fuck's
The
sake.
President has her principles, not to mention the Academy's safety protocol. But one day, you'll see her again.
Play some ads.
Anyway, I still have to write a full report on the dark side. Leave the rest to the adults now. It's getting late, Rover. I'll see you in class.
Then we'll exit that.
Has this game truly ended?
It has not. Oh, there is more questing to it. Okay, well then in any case, already built.
Give it a try? Like this. Here. Oh. Wow. It flew so far. Impressive.
I'm just gonna let her sing for a bit. Wonderful. Do you have anything else to say?
Still something you want to say?
Do you indulge me about the past?
Oh. But Star Torch Guidelines from Strangers to Confidants is designed for both teachers and students, isn't it? If you want to hear mine, you'll have to share your stories before coming to Lahairoi first.
Tell you about Jianzhou.
People everywhere are protecting their homes in their own ways. The Fraxidus' claim that it's all meaningless is the greatest insult to our era. And your pen pal sounds like a sincere, kind girl. It's a blessing in times like these to have someone you can truly talk to.
Yeah, we'll get to it again.
You will. Human connections are stronger than you think. All right, since you shared, I'll tell you something you wanted to know. Let's start with my warrior teacher.
Elmeri, missä onko täällä onko se paikalla sun kämpö vai?
During an expedition in the Frostlands, I got caught in a storm and was separated from the others. Due to my chaotic memories, I barely understood the concept of death. An old Royan observer rescued me and brought me back to his outpost. When he learned of my ability, he asked me to help him recall the memories he'd long forgotten. In that small cabin, I read the joys and sorrows of his past. He studied the behavior of Exoswarm alone, danced the Royan dances there, and shared laughter with passing researchers.
The space trek was his friend.
He was never lonely. I began to follow his example and actively reached out to the memories I once read. I wanted to show my respect and experience them anew. Guess what I felt then?
Well, I have only one answer to that. Awakening.
No. It was the fear of death. For the first time, I truly feared death. I felt their most genuine human emotions facing the jaws of death. When I realized that, I knew I was finally waking up from the nightmare of those memories.
Oh, okay. Can I ask more of you? I have one second memory to tell you.
Still something you want to say?
Yes.
Oh. But
Yes,
stop
yes.
if you want to hear
yes.
mine, you'll have to share your... I've only read about Renacida in textbooks. Their culture of living alongside echoes reminds me a bit of the Roya. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to visit there and hear their bards perform in person. Alright, since you shared, I'll tell you something you wanted to know. Let's start with my Royan teacher. During an expedition in the Frostlands, I got caught in a storm and was separated from the others. Due to my chaotic memories.
Well, that's the same story.
He studied the behavior.
Blah,
He
blah,
was
blah,
never.
blah,
Guess what
blah.
I felt then?
No, you felt death. Fear of
When I
death.
realized.
I guess I would wait until the very next day. Bum, ba, da, dum, as the dog song goes. Time. Day. Well, it's tomorrow. Zup. Ajan rakenne on muuttunut. That wasn't enough. Maybe I'll do a random side quest. Which is the randomest side quest? Urban Legends. That's an elementary thing. So yeah, here's more of a random legends thing.
Roving among the stars.
Hello, Mr. Trashman. And yes, we parkour. It's midnight. The empty garden melts into thick darkness. A few emergency lamps flicker weakly through the branches. Just beginning to suspect this was all a prank. A strange noise sounds right behind you. Tick tock. Oh, it's Mr. Clocky. The tick tock tap tap tap. Okay. A cold wind seeps through some unseen crack, chilling you to the bone. Shadows stretch unnervingly long, creeping silently behind you. Oh, sorry. You have arrived. I have been waiting for a very long time. Fuck you, I'll study you down. Who are you? Donned in a void matter science uniform, clearly didn't expect such a calm reaction. She lowers the flashlight. Fucking ghost stories. As she lowers the flashlight, she was standing under her face, meeting your gaze with a younger ordiness. Child, what are you doing? Wait, that was the accurate. It's a poet. Okay, so technically yes, I didn't send them to Justin. I only message people I judge to be capable, courageous, and curious enough to face the unknown. People like you. Well, I've heard of you, observed you, you know. It's not a fucking stalker. No, finally, you are worth to call. Mayo. Welcome to Paranormal Fans Club. Fan Club's entrance trial. Did I pass it? New leader. This club recruitment. Premier investigator. Sure. Yeah, Academy's Paranormal Frontier, Lens Chasers, Street Watchers, we've been this scary stuff up close. Yeah, I fought the fucking void worm. What's it to you? Everyone's drowning in coursework. Now is the time to go chasing unexplainable anymore. The drop-off rate has been getting worse. So you're not getting enough stories and you need me to get those. Skip up conflict being off your club, we get shut down. And she's access, okay. So need to stop that. Yeah, okay, so blah blah blah. Yeah, yes, we wait, what? Paranormal science aren't at odds with each other, they are just different ways of explaining. Don't you dare think that makes us lesser. It does. And these unexplained phenomena, they aren't unfounded, they really exist. True. Something keeps building itself from nothing. A broadcast that plays at 3 AM, which kiva tietää näin 3 aamuyöstä. A doll that returns no matter how far you throw it. All of these have been documented, investigated and verified by us, the Paranormal Fan Club. Yeah, science with coincidence. So you don't want me to join by calling me a science nerd? They're not the only ones watching. Okay. That the paranormal was, yeah, that you stare into the void, it stares back at you. And you never know when it might just decide to reach out and give you a scare. Yeah, by sending someone with a flashlight to the face. So keep those eyes wide open, Miss Rationality. Putting my honors and 2 whole months of allowance on the line. Go on, dip on me. Do we really need to do that? I'm rich, bitch. Pay attention to sounds that shouldn't exist. Look for lights we know first, watch for the shadows that shouldn't be there. The paranormal hides in ordinary corners. Okay, so I look for random shit. That works. Verify or debunk their existence and bring back solid proof of your claim. Let's see. And who knows, the next Campus Legends might have your name on it. I think I'm in enough Legends already. Okay, this sounds kind of boring. And I'm me, yes. I know it's you. Well, what's up there? Okay. Did she literally send the web that like instant message from right there and then figured I wouldn't know it? Okay. Can I do the main quest? I can in fact do that. Good. Because the side quest is kind of boring. Unless you want to do paranormal investigations.
Roving among the stars. Next up, the horizon.
Also, I can try the motorcycle. Or roller skates. But what do we have in the auditorium for today? Let's see. No, we are about to see. Oh, it's Lucille, the Academy President. And apparently fan service for feet.
It's just the 2 of us now. No need for all the formality, Yuki.
Well, what are they doing then?
Oh, and just so you know, the maintenance fee for that blade will be coming out of your paycheck this month.
Which blade?
The one you used in the dark side. That makes it the 4th you've broken so far. Try to be gentler the next time, will you?
Sure. What about my own sword?
Its maintenance is mostly done. Don't worry, you'll have it back soon.
Is she keeping it as like leverage? That's kind of fucked up.
Wanna try one? It's pretty popular among the students.
Oh no.
Not hungry.
Candy's supposed to be eaten when you're not hungry. That's what makes it taste good.
Those
Come on,
things
try it.
are dangerous.
Have you swallowed it?
A bit sour, and my tongue's tingling. Not my favorite.
Huh. No reaction at all. That's odd. When Sigrika and the others ate theirs, they...
What?
Oh, the reaction might be
You're no fun.
interesting.
She saw me. Does that affect your plan?
It's fine. The Fraxidus didn't just set the trap for me. It was meant to draw you out as well. They've noticed your existence. I'm sorry for keeping you confined, for trying to hide your power. In the end, it still came to light.
We both knew this day would come sooner or later.
How does she sound slightly French?
Would you consider moving back to the academy for now? If anything happens, you can respond right away. The Fraxidus went to great lengths to tamper with the dark side, but it poses a little actual threat to the academy. At worst, this anomaly might be tied to the power of the Threnodian too. It seems they're already preparing their next phase.
I mean that's the fractures thing that do the training thing.
What do you need me to do?
Oh, she accepts.
Now's not the time. You should know that the Space Trek Collective was built atop the Threnodian. That's why we've prepared countless contingency plans. Even if every single one failed, even if the Threnodian completely consumed the Collective, we still have a final card to play.
Explode everything.
The wish-granting Miko.
Nuke it from orbit.
You.
Oh, that's the Miko. Okay. Well, that character doesn't know that yet. We'll see when she learns about it. And we have a black screen. It's kind of like that before because, well, this game is also for lower performance things, so yeah. I suppose that's it for this one.
Gotta go fast.
Okay, Sonic. Let's see if I can have like a actually interesting side quest though. Because I want to go beyond 2 hours of stream at least. Well, I could do... I don't know, I'm not gonna do that one. I could just go fight shit. I suppose that's the gist of this game anyway. Or do I have enough to convene? No, I don't want any of these. No, I could do 10 of these. This is how you get new characters anyway. And we get
Ranger Donjing. Worry not. My Crimson Blade will not harm you as long as you haven't done anything bad.
well, at least we get 1 4-star.
G'day.
Oh, 2 4 stars.
What does our loyal client wish to inquire about today?
Well, yeah, this is my namesake because that is my last name as well. And yes, it's known. It's not doxing myself.
Whether you need help with
3
working out or maintaining your health, feel free to come by my gym. We welcome all visitors.
Okay. Well, that's not bad. But yeah, that's all I can summon today. Do you have anything for? Okay, I suppose last thing, let's sort the beat. Because this game, like most of them, has plenty of different shit. There was a game like this back in the 90s that was pretty cool. Pretty much, it's a rhythm game. And it has a pretty cool soundtrack in the back. But after this I will probably check if the live meeting of Sequin is going on, but after that I'll hop onto that one. It's like Giannis Tetris needing to press the right button at the right time. But again, this is the easy version, the hard ones are harder. I just hadn't completed this one before, so I'm doing it right now because I can do it easily while talking.
Access authorized.
Almost lost the combo, but the special ability of the character saved me. And this is Interlude. I will get back into Rocksmith as well. I haven't played the base in at least a couple of months. There's a couple of songs I want to actually train that I heard of recently.
Access authorized.
that's it for the level. Is there an actual video chat going on right now? No, that's not. Anyway, well, let me show you a hard one then. I thought there was a SV Live, but apparently there's not. Or wait, actually, I will do another song. Because that would be just the same song.
Authorized.
And then I miss it. But okay, before after this, let me go back to normal gameplay.
Access authorized.
Still getting ass ranked though. The songs are bangers though. I'm not that much into K or G pop, but
Access authorized.
this one ain't bad for being in a free-to-play game. And they actually made the beats line up, so that's cool. so I can just go
Access authorized.
using the brain instead of visual. Okay. Enough of that. Let's go to the next one. But what do we do next? I did the weekly thing already. I have rewards from there. Cool. Not sure. That's fun. And I'll unopen that one. I could do this. I could do this one. Well, I'll just do random shit. Grab this from here. I can
Got a
some
long
from
bucket
Ziggly, but-
list. Good thing I've got time to check every box.
Huh? Oh. There you are.
Need more. Yeah, Forger challenge, let's do that. Let's get some herbs. Do I want to play it with this? Yeah, I'm fine playing it with this. Probably this. I do have some videos I want to make a react on, actually. I'll do that.
Authorizing maximum output.
Looks like any left, so I might
Command
just
mode engaged.
do my own thing.
Structural override initiated. Order executed.
Yeah, lots of flashing lights.
Whirling up. Blade cleaves the night.
Herald, purged in light!
Light wings activated. Stars shine tonight. Huh. Sing your heart out. Feather drones. Drive safe. Tie a bow and call that my signature. Assuming master control.
Yeah, this team has a lot of lasers.
Attack confirmed.
Think ion cannon from Command & Conquer 1. But yeah, maybe that can be enough of Winter Egg for today. Let's update my shit. I will go to BRB. And let's get you some music in between.
basis, and let's begin object creation. Fill in my data, parameters, initialization. Set up a new world, and let's begin the simulation. If I'm a set of points, then I will give you my dimension. If I'm a circle, then I will give you my circumference. If I'm a sine wave, then you can sit on all my tangents. If I approach infinity, then you can be my limitation. Switch my current to AC to DC, and then blind my vision. So dizzy, oh, we can travel to 80 to BC, and we can unite so deeply. If I can give you all the stimulation, then I can feel only satisfaction. If I can make you happy, I will run the execution. Oh, we are trapped in a strange simulation. If I'm an eggplant, then I will give you my nutrients. If I'm a tomato, then I will give you antioxidants. If then I will prefer your enjoyment. If I'm the only god, then you're the proof of my existence. Switch my gender to F to M, and then do whatever from AM to PM. Oh, switch my role to X to M, so we can enter the trance.
There is a dam in.
I can feel your vibrations, and I can finally be completion. Though you have left me in isolation. If I can erase all the pointless fragment, then maybe you won't make me so disheartened. Challenging your god, you have made some illegal arguments. Execution. Un, dos, trois, ne, them, le. Execution. If I can give them all the execution, and I can be your only execution. If I can have you back, I will run the execution. Oh, we are trapped. I studied how to properly love. Question me, I can answer all of them. I know the algebraic expression of how you are free. I am trapped in love. Execution.
Okay, so what I wanted to actually see, but no, we'll not listen to New Hiroshima right now, as great a song as this is. What I wanted to see is because there's this guy, Swedish guy called Mentor Pilot, and he's been getting into showing disasters, and I like his editing style. So let's see. I'm going to actually not only stream this, but I'm going to start the recording. So hello and welcome to Reacts with Tatu, or Digital TA. Hello and welcome to Reacts with Digital TA. So recently aviation channel called Mentor Pilot has made a new channel called Mentor Black Box. Apparently it's about disasters. I saw one of their videos and it was good, so let's see about this one. I don't think I know of the Vaillant Dam or Vaillant Dam disaster, however you spell it. We'll see. I'll be probably pausing it a bit to comment, but we'll see.
in northern Italy, which stands tall over a beautiful valley below. You can still walk across it as part of official tours, but it no longer holds back any water, and it hasn't produced any electricity for decades.
Okay, so it's a old...
Even though its structure stands perfectly fine, it was once the epicenter for one of the biggest dam disasters in modern history. This is the story of the Vajont Dam. A story about what happens when nature gives clear warnings, but people then fail to interpret or listen to them. Back in the 1950s, Italy was racing forward.
Well, yeah.
The Second World War had left deep scars all across cities and the countryside, but that was now being followed by rapid rebuilding, and the country was gripped by the optimism of post-war reconstruction.
And that was the same thing in all of Europe, to be honest.
As well as the economic boom that would later be called the Italian miracle. Factories reopened, roads expanded, and homes soon filled with appliances that were once considered luxuries. And that all meant that the demand for electricity now surged. Power generation was no longer just about lighting the streets. No, it meant industrial production, economic recovery, and very literally a modern future for everyone.
And they didn't really have nuclear stuff because that wasn't shared with Italy, because everyone else in the Allies were kind of wary about it, because, well, Italy used to be part of the fascist powers.
Hydroelectric power was seen as the perfect solution to fuel the country's post-war industrialization efforts, because it was domestic, reliable, and Italy's mountainous terrain offered vast opportunities for expansion, innovation, and further growth. Not too different from my home country of Sweden, actually. One of the companies...
Motherfucker, Sweden has fuck all. You can compare it to Norway, maybe. Norway has some, but Sweden, I don't know.
At the forefront of this was Società Adriatica di Elettricità, or SADE. This was a private company that focused specifically on hydroelectric development and which specialized in harnessing the powers of alpine rivers.
Hold up. Actually, I am using the wrong camera for this. I'm just gonna stop recording and I'm just gonna react to it off stream. Well, without vittu nyt oikeastaan taas tämmöstä säätääkö? Pitäis olla toi tossa eikä tämä.
Now to do this, they were at this point building increasingly taller and more ambitious dams across several different valleys, constantly pushing
hold up. That's a metric fuck ton of dams.
The limits of engineering. Now, one of SADE's principal hydraulic engineers was called Carlo Semenza, and he was well known for particularly ambitious projects, including both arch and gravity dams, and
all of them in the 50s and 60s. Oh, okay, no, 40s as well.
He had a personal dream to one day create the tallest arch dam in the world. So, what's an arch dam then? Well, when engineers discuss different dam designs, they usually talk about the two main types, which are gravity dams and arch dams. Gravity dams rely on sheer mass to resist water pressure. Essentially, they use brute force to resist the push of the water by deploying massive blocks of concrete or masonry weighing tens of thousands of tons. And because of this, they are mostly used in broad valleys where there's room for a huge structure that can rest on firm rock.
Yeah, you can.
In contrast though, arch dams are far more elegant.
And, well, you can't put that in earthquake-prone territory, otherwise shit gets fucked up.
Curving upstream, they instead press sideways into the canyon walls or abutments, taking advantage of the landscape itself to help contain the water. This makes arch dams much thinner and lighter, and it allows engineers to build taller structures using far less material. but they also only really work in those narrow, rocky gorges with strong abutments, meaning surrounding rocks. And Mr. Semenza's dream now involved creating an arch dam of unprecedented ambition. So he and his team set about carefully surveying Italy's alpine valleys, looking for the perfect location where this goal could be achieved. They evaluated rock strength, gorge narrowness and hydroelectric potential, and that work eventually turned their attention to the Dolomites, a striking sub-range of the Southern Alps characterized by limestone peaks, vertical cliffs and narrow twisting valleys. Specifically, they then focused on the Vajont Valley, a tributary of the Piave River, which offered exactly the kind of dramatic setting required for a high arch dam. Now this gorge was exceptionally narrow, with steep limestone walls rising almost vertically from the river below.
Isn't exactly
so its geology appeared favorable, with the projected abutment rock judged capable of withstanding the enormous lateral thrust of an arc dam. So this looked like it could be the perfect place to create a really massive dam. And so it was here, in this narrow alpine gorge, that Carlos Semenza eventually decided to build the Vajont Dam. But whilst that abutment rock might have been perfect, what about the rest of the landscape around, which comprised in large part of a mountain known as Monte Toc?
What's it mean?
Well, to visitors, Monte Toc looked solid and immovable, a permanent, never-changing part of the landscape, but it did have a bit of a reputation. Locals actually had another name for it. They called it the Walking Mountain. And that wasn't just a joke or folklore. No, that was because they had actually seen it move. For generations, people living in the valley had often observed subtle changes in the slope. Cracks would slowly open across farmland, stone walls would shift, trees would suddenly begin leaning, and after heavy rains, small landslides would sometimes spill down the mountainside. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to create some unease. Now, although the Sade engineers were aware of the fact that landslides had occurred in the wider region, that type of instability wasn't unusual in steep alpine terrain. And therefore, it was initially regarded just as local slope issues, not signs of a massive coherent instability, and therefore also not viewed as a catastrophic threat to the project. But deep beneath Monte Toc's surface, it turns out that its geology was far more complex than it first appeared. You see, the mountain itself was made of strong limestone layers, but those were then resting on weaker, clay-rich beds known as marl. And crucially, these clay layers formed long continuous plains, inclined down towards the valley in what geologists call a dip slope configuration, which is a geometry inherently susceptible to sliding, particularly if poor water pressure would rise. So what does that mean then? Well, when everything was nice and dry, these clay layers could support enormous weights and also hold it in place. But if they for whatever reason would become saturated with water, since they were confined between the stronger rock beds, these weaker layers could start acting as potential slip surfaces instead. And if water content would increase as well, that could also increase what the engineers refer to as the pore water pressure trapped inside of the rock mass. And that pressure would then press outward between the layers, reducing friction and weakening the bond holding the mountain in place. Basically, imagine a heavy block resting on a rough surface. As long as its weight presses down firmly onto the other surface, it will stay still. But if a fluid is forced in between the block and that surface, the friction will drop and the block becomes much easier.
I can see where this is going.
And of course, the heavier the overlying mass of rock would be, the more dangerous that reduction in strength and friction will therefore become. Now, these characteristics didn't make a failure inevitable, but they did make this
No, it didn't make it inevitable.
Particular mountain sensitive to disturbances, and disturbances were coming. Despite the geological complexity of the surrounding site, the construction of the giant dam was eventually started back in 1957. It was a massive undertaking, with humongous amounts of concrete poured day after day into the narrow gorge.
That's a metric factor of concrete.
Over the following years, the arch of the magnificent construction rose steadily, climbing ever higher up against the limestone walls. But whilst that work went along according to plan, during the spring and summer of 1959, things had also begun to happen across the slopes of Monte Toc, with ground deformation becoming increasingly noticeable. Farmers and residents of the mountain reported cracks opening in fields and paths, doors and windows no longer closed properly, terraces deformed, trees tilted or shifted position.
They're using this footage. I guess there's like limited amount of footage.
And in some cases, fences and stone walls had even begun to misalign, with all of these changes obviously also being noticed by the Saudi engineers. As a result of this, Carlo Semenza brought in his son, Eduardo Semenza, who was a young geologist, to complete a more detailed geological assessment of the area. His role would be limited to conducting geological fieldwork, like mapping the stratigraphy, identifying ancient landslide deposits, and evaluating slope stability. And around that same time, the company also installed a network of so-called survey markers. Now, these markers were simple but powerful tools. They usually comprised of small, unassuming metal bolts, pillars, or stone discs, who were set with precision into the landscape to create fixed reference points. Each of them established
They use lasers for this nowadays, but I suppose they didn't back then.
A stable position in a three-dimensional space, allowing engineers to repeatedly measure distance, angle and elevation using theodolites and optical instruments, which in turn enabled them to detect even millimeter scale movements over time. And in this case, movements were soon detected. Initially, nothing happened suddenly. Instead, displacements were mapped and logged over weeks and months, and they all revealed a slow, continuing horizontal movement across the slope. At the same time, Eduardo had continued his geological investigations and had soon identified what appeared to be a scar of a vast prehistoric landslide in the area. The curved morphology of the slope and the disrupted bedding suggested that Monte Toc actually wasn't an intact mountainside at all, but instead the remnants from that previous massive landslide. And that was a critical scientific insight. Eduardo, in fact, concluded that the slope would potentially reactivate if it was destabilized by rising reservoir levels and the subsequent increasing pore water pressure. And he presented these findings internally to Saudi's engineers and management as soon as he possibly could. But at the time he did this, his father, Carlo's effective leadership role had greatly diminished. He eventually died in 1961, but Eduardo continued his work even after his father's death. And his early mapping is now considered one of the clearest missed warning signals in the entire Vajont case. But at the time, his warnings were not seen as significant enough to actually halt construction. Instead, the prevailing belief was that the mountainside was generally safe and that any potential movements would be gradual in nature. Because of that, it was also believed that it could also be monitored, managed and controlled. A classic example.
You don't fucking control a mountain. What the fuck?
Of human hubris in the face of lacking experience and knowledge. You see, whenever you come across unusual data, the very worst thing that you can do is to ignore it. But when it comes to our digital security, that's exactly what most of us do every single day. NordVPN Nord for 1 meters above the sea, which meant that
I'm okay with some sponsor spots, but I don't like NordVPN.
Carlo Semenza had achieved his goal. He had built one of the tallest dams in the world. Newspapers praised the achievement, politicians visited the site, and engineers from all around Europe studied its impressive design. To a lot of people, this represented the future. A triumph of human ingenuity over difficult terrain, as well as a symbol of Italian post-war modernity. But as it turns out, the terrain itself had other plans.
Yeah, then they fill it up.
Now, the process of actually filling the reservoir was not quick. It actually took several years, and as the water levels rose, the lake behind the dam expanded up the valley, soon pressing up against the base of Monte Toc. And unknown to everyone, that water then didn't stop at the surface. It soon also seeped deep into the mountain through cracks in the limestone, adding lubricating water to the clay layers inside, as well as increasing the pore water pressure. And that in turn now meant that the survey markers and monitoring instruments on the mountain continued to detect increasing shiftings of the terrain. The dam engineers continued to track this displacement carefully, measuring just how far different points of the slope shifted. And as they then plotted this movement against the reservoir water levels, a clear pattern soon seemed to emerge. As the water rose, the movement accelerated, and when the water level was lowered, movement seemed to slow down. So this meant that it looked like Monte Toc wasn't static, but instead that it responded directly to changes in hydraulic load. And the engineers therefore interpreted this as a controllable system, where the outlets, which had been built into the dam's design, could effectively be used to control the water level and therefore also these movements.
Yeah, but you want...
The problem was though...
You want the reservoirs to be filled enough. That's the entire thing for a dam, because it is like a hydroelectric dam, right?
So that in reality, the water already drained slowly from the clay layers deep inside of the slope. So lowering the reservoir did reduce the pressure at the surface, but the pressure already trapped along the hidden slip planes in the mountain remained high, which reduced the effective stress along the clay layers, making the entire slope progressively easier to move. On top of this, the repeated filling and lowering of the reservoir levels likely also altered the internal stress balance inside of the mountain, with each cycle making the mountain weaker and more unstable. But from the outside and initially, this method...
Let's see. Oh yeah, we see what happened over there. Shit got fucked up.
It seemed to be working. Lowering the water level often did reduce the rate of displacement, so the engineers continued to believe that this was something that was largely within their control. And while that might sound crazy now, it is important to remember here that sciences like slope stability modeling was still in its infancy here, so no one really knew exactly how this terrain would react. But everyone still assumed that if a landslide would occur, it would likely do so in stages, with a series of smaller slides happening over time, as nature historically had seemed to prefer gradual releases of tension. And if it happened like that, it would mean something manageable. Dangerous, of course, but it wouldn't threaten the whole reservoir or the dam. And that assumption would soon prove to be the most dangerous misunderstanding of all.
That sounds kinda sus.
As the years moved into the early 1960s, the movement on Monte Toc could soon no longer be dismissed as just a minor settling. It was clearly continuing to accelerate, and basically all inclinometers, survey markers and daily displacement readings documented a progressive creep.
Like trouble.
And not only that, markers across a large section of the slope were also moving at almost identical rates, and with that, some real concern started to grow. The engineers could clearly see the effects on the surface and had understood that the reservoir itself was playing a direct role here. They watched the cracks widen and the displacement accelerating, but they still only responded by lowering the water levels, since they hoped that this would permanently stabilize the slope.
And again, that didn't work.
But of course, the terrifying reality here was that no matter what they did, the overall movement just continued in either a faster or a slower pace. And even worse, instead of acting as many small independent blocks, the mountain was behaving more like one enormous slab. Now,
imagine that, it being called a walking mountain, and it going and trudging forward like an ant from Lord of the Rings.
Resting on a lubricated surface, which meant that once friction dropped below a critical threshold, nothing would be able to stop the entire mass from moving at once like a giant piston. And later that same year, as the reservoir filling process continued, a big landslide did occur. Around 700,000 cubic meters of rock suddenly...
Let me guess. It goes there, it displays a lot of water, then water fucks up the dam. Let's see.
Slid off the mountain and into the reservoir, which represented a much larger section than anyone had previously anticipated. This produced a huge 10-meter high wave, but since the water level in the reservoir was well below its maximum, that wave was easily contained and therefore didn't cause any major damages.
I stand corrected.
And that incident would prove to be significant because it clearly showed that the instability of Monte Toc was very real, and also that a much larger section could break off than had been previously calculated. Yet,
but then we're only like halfway through the video, so
basically, because this 10-meter high wave had caused no serious threat, it now just reinforced the prevailing belief that slides would occur in manageable stages. Surely, this would have been the worst that it could do, right?
Right.
Well, Italy then nationalized its electricity industry, and the private utility SADE was absorbed into the newly created state company, Enel. This meant that the control of the Vajont Dam project then formally passed on to them. But the mountain, of course, didn't stop moving with this change of control. Instead, it now seemed to be accelerating. Some monitoring stations had at this point started recording sudden surges, and others showed entire sections of the slope still moving almost as one single enormous unit. The mountain was clearly no longer just adjusting, it was reorganizing. Now, in hindsight, that coordinated movement was one of the clearest indicators that Monte Toc was not cracking in fragments, but instead preparing to move as one. But no one seemed to understand this. Then came 1963. By the middle of that year, many...
And many... Yeah, this is retrospect that they could have known it, or they should have known it. If my Italian is like really basic level, and they just said that like no, it's not happening, and they neglected shit of the occurrences.
Involved parties had accepted that.
But fuck, I should have. Let's see. Okay, well, I think I understood it pretty correctly. If only I had been looking down, not up. But yeah.
Some form of landslide
translation
was
they fucked up.
Likely inevitable. So the question was now no longer if it would happen, it was how big and how fast would it be? The internal estimates varied. Some engineers estimated that it could be up to 20 million cubic meters of a potential slide, which would be dramatic for sure, but still manageable. Plans were discussed for potential wave impacts inside of the reservoir, which included the making of scale models that could show the way that a wave would propagate throughout the reservoir. And those studies suggested that a wave of perhaps 20 to 30 meters could be generated if a landslide was bad enough, which then became the reasoning behind keeping the reservoir level roughly 20 meters below the crest of the dam.
Yeah,
but nothing would prepare the engineers for what was actually about to happen. By September of 1963, Monte Toc had now moved into its final phase. Displacements had accelerated sharply, which led to evacuation discussions for the people and equipment that was still left on those particular slopes. But no full evacuation was ever ordered, since the engineers still believed that they were dealing with a controlled condition. And then came the 9th of October 1963. On that day, the reservoir was still not at its maximum level of 722.5 meters above the sea level. In the weeks before, the reservoir level had actually been drawn down and intentionally maintained at about 700.4 meters. Now, reservoir heights are always measured in meters above sea level, by the way, since the sea provides a consistent and universal reference point as opposed to the land's uneven and variable surfaces. And coming up to this day, the operators had really struggled to keep the water at or below this level. In fact, the total storage volume on the night of the 9th of October had actually increased rather than decreased due to large inflows from the surrounding watershed, which exceeded what the outflows could release. But after some initial issues, the operators eventually managed to maintain the level at approximately 20 meters below the design crest, which was seen as more than an adequate safety margin. Now, this still meant that roughly 115 to 120 million cubic meters of water was trapped in the reservoir, which of course would be more than enough to become deadly if it was violently displaced, but that was seen as a pure impossibility. The problem was, though, that lately the slope down towards the reservoir from Monte Toc had been showing movements greater than anyone had ever seen before. Points that had once shifted millimeters per week were now moving centimeters per day, even approaching 20 centimeters per day in some places. And some stations were showing sudden bursts of motion as if entire sections of the mountain were slipping at once, which is consistent with something that is now known as tertiary creep behavior. The
final stage of creep preparation where the strain rate accelerates rapidly because internal damage such as cracking, necking, or void growth begins to accumulate, leading towards failure. There should be a S there.
Final accelerating phase preceding a catastrophic slope collapse. Now, the engineers had at this point understood that the slope was likely moving towards failure, but the primary response was still to focus on reservoir control. Lower the water to reduce the pressure and then manage the effects of any landslides, with the hope still being that reducing water pressure would stabilize the clay layers and also slow the slide down. But at this point, the stress redistribution from this water drawdown likely had just made conditions even worse. So instead of stabilizing the mountain, parts of the slope now actually accelerated instead. And finally, at time 22:39 in the evening, it happened. The mountainside suddenly collapsed with a truly apocalyptic force, sending over 260 million cubic meters of rock crashing into the reservoir in only around 45 seconds. This meant that the slide moved with an astonishing speed of around 30 meters per second, or nearly 100 kilometers per hour, which was violent enough to register seismic activity at several measuring stations across Europe. As the mountainside crashed into the reservoir, it basically acted like a giant brick sliding into a bathtub, instantly creating something known as an impulse wave, where the water inside of the reservoir was now forced up and out of the way. Everywhere. So this wave now surged back up the valley, climbing high up the opposite sides, whilst another part rushed down straight towards the dam. Now, remember how the engineers had made sure that there was a 20-meter high margin from the water level up to the crest of the dam?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Just to make absolutely sure that whatever damage a landslide would cause could be contained within the dam? Well, that margin had seemed like plenty, since the last landslide, which remember had been much bigger than anyone thought possible, had only created a wave that was 10 meters high. But the cataclysm that had now occurred was more than 370 times bigger in terms of volume, or in other words, big enough to completely displace basically all of the water within the reservoir. So what was now heading down towards the dam was not a mere 10 or even 20 meters wave.
Yeah, shit's fucked.
No, this was an over 200 meter high mega tsunami, one of the biggest impulse waves ever recorded. The water surged up against the sides of the valley with an almost unbelievable force, uprooting trees, rocks and mud as it tumbled forward. But before getting to the actual dam, it would first reach several small villages located high up on the reservoir shores.
Wait, there were people, well of course there were, but how high up? Well, 200 meters, yeah, they were like, okay, we're fine. They were not fine.
The first one to be hit was the village of Casso, perched roughly 950 meters above the sea level. And it was violently struck as the water and debris surged up the mountainside to estimated heights of 250 meters above the reservoir level.
Yeah.
Then came the nearby town of Erto, which was also situated along the reservoir shore, but luckily both of these towns were only slightly damaged by the wave, although they would later be evacuated out of pure precaution.
Yeah,
but the villages further down, however, were not so lucky. At a pub in the village of Longarone, patrons had gathered to watch it.
What is this? This almost seems AI generated.
A European Cup match between Real Madrid and Glasgow Rangers. The evening had so far been quiet and ordinary, but of course, what no one knew was that millions of tons of water, debris and mud was now heading straight for the village, with the only thing protecting them being the
that actually might be AI generated.
Newly constructed Vajont Dam. The tsunami hit the dam within seconds of the landslide, and incredibly, it actually withstood the enormous forces, which was a true statement to the engineering prowess of its builders. But unfortunately, that just didn't matter. The surge of the wave was so huge that the dam constituted little more than a speed bump at this point. So after having rolled over the summit, the mega tsunami just kept crushing down the Piave Valley, with an estimated 30 to 50 million cubic meters of water now following the terrain, splitting into multiple paths, funneling and accelerating in some parts whilst spreading and lifting in others. And nothing in its path was spared. Now, there would be no real warning for the residents in the villages below. No crackling or vibrations, just a growing roar of something sounding like thunder for about a minute before the full calamity hit. Also, as the wave fell into the valley, it pushed and compressed an enormous amount of air in front of it, which soon hit the residents and buildings like a sudden hurricane from nowhere, impacting just seconds before the wave further increasing its damage. When the sludge finally hit, houses were lifted from their foundations as if they were weightless. Stone buildings who had stood for centuries collapsed in moments, and bridges twisted apart like giant metal toys. Entire sections of the valley was erased, and Longarone, remember, where people had been watching football, was struck within just minutes of the landslide occurring, with some survivors later saying that water arrived so fast that it felt like the ground itself had exploded upwards under them. One described being lifted into the darkness, spinning violently and unable to tell where the sky was, and another remembered hearing walls shattering before he even realized that water had reached him. A surviving woman later said that she was thrown against debris so hard that she believed that she had died, only to wake up hours later partly buried in mud.
And people survived this shit. Holy fuck.
Many of the survivors later said that there was just no time for fear, only confusion. The wave just swept through the town, tearing up everything in its path, and just as quickly as it had hit, it then moved on, and behind it, silence followed. Entire communities had vanished, with countless people left dead or missing. At time 2239, when the landslide happened, Longarone had been completely normal, whilst at time 2244, there was almost nothing left, with the same fate hitting several other villages down the valley as well. What now remained was just a mud-covered plain, scattered with fragments of homes, furniture, vehicles, and traces of what had once been people's lives. Whole families had disappeared in a single night, and some victims were never recovered. And above all of this, the Vajont Dam still stood, like the dark shadow of a bodyguard who had failed to do its job.
Already survived.
The torrent had washed away parts of the masonry and parapet along the crest of the dam, and the roadway and railings along the top had also suffered some damage. But what was not damaged at all was the main concrete arch body, which remained structurally sound. The abutment and foundations were also not compromised in any way, so the dam itself stood almost unscathed, which obviously didn't matter at all. Nearly 2,000 people had died in the disaster, which included many of the staff that had been working in the vicinity of the dam and the reservoir when it happened. In the hours after the wave had passed, the rescue efforts began in near total silence. Survivors stumbled through mud and debris searching for family members. Soldiers and emergency crews arrived from the surrounding regions, but the scale of destruction downstream made any rescue work extremely difficult. As news of the disaster spread across Italy, the country was absolutely stunned. Early reports described it as a dam disaster, but when photographs revealed the massive concrete wall still standing, confusion just deepened. How could a dam failure destroy a valley when the dam itself remained intact?
Well, it was a failure.
People desperately wanted answers, and the official investigation therefore began almost immediately. Engineers, geologists and government officials soon examined the site and studied the massive landslide scar on Monte Toc. And they also analyzed monitoring data collected in the years before the collapse, which helped reconstruct the sequence of events. Now, this collapse might have been a geological failure rather than a structural, but that didn't mean that the risk wasn't preventable. So, courts later ruled that the risk of catastrophic landslides had indeed been foreseeable, and in 1968 several officials and engineers were convicted. Not for building the dam, but for failing to properly respond to clear geological warnings and for continuing reservoir operations as the slope became increasingly unstable. It became obvious that officials and engineers had clearly known that Monte Toc showed signs of instability, and ancient landslide zones had been identified, with the role of water pressure in accelerating movement also clearly documented. The criminal convictions included multiple counts of manslaughter, negligent or culpable disaster, and various sentences were handed out, with the maximum being 6 years in prison. In any case, across Italy, the Vajont disaster soon became more than an engineering tragedy. It became a symbol.
I just don't know. Why didn't I know of this one? I watch a lot of disaster videos, but I didn't know.
A warning about industrial ambition moving faster than the underlying understanding. And in the decades that followed, references to the Vajont disaster appeared whenever new infrastructure projects were debated. So it now basically entered public consciousness not just as a disaster, but as a lesson. And internationally, the case completely reshaped dam safety protocols. The Vajont disaster is actually still used today as a foundational case study in dam engineering and geotechnics across the world. So just like in my own field of aviation, tragedy here forced a fundamental shift in how dams were designed and operated worldwide. The dam itself still stands in the narrow canyon where it was built, but the reservoir behind it is gone, now largely filled with debris. And with that, the dam could no longer function as it was intended and was never put back into service. Life slowly returned to the valley, but the memory of that horrible night never really disappeared, which is also why we wanted to tell you this story. This disaster was not caused by a single villain, nor blind incompetence, and it wasn't nature striking without warning. No, it happened where human ambition met incomplete understanding, where progress moved faster than caution, and those are exactly the types of stories that you can continue to expect from this channel. Now, please make sure that you have subscribed, as we're now working to get this channel monetized to help pay for the production. Right now, that is done exclusively with the help of my wonderful Patreon crew, as well as my sponsor, NordVPN. So, a huge thank you to all of you. My name is Peter Hörnfeldt and you're watching Mentors Black Box. Have an absolutely fantastic day and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
I think this guy is trying to become that guy. I'm not opposed to that. We'll see. Okay, I'll find one more video. However, after that, I think I'm gonna go into Warframe. But I will get something very, very much unhinged. Please hold. No, we can get good with some war. Well, yeah, I said like this is the other guy who has all the channels, so we can also not do that, and we can keep in this one that is actually I'm not going to react to this one much, but I will watch it and I will tell you my opinions. It's not
12 hours. That's about as long as the ceasefire, which was announced at the very last minute yesterday.
Yeah, so for context, there was supposed to be 2 weeks of ceasefire. Took about 12 hours. Well, took about fucking 1 hour till Israel bombed the family of someone who I know from Twitch streaming, so there's that as well.
Today took before it began to fall apart. Now, at the time of recording, the war hasn't fully reignited yet, but things aren't looking promising. And if America and Iran can't figure out how to set up a 2-week ceasefire, let's just say that the odds of a more lasting peace aren't exactly something to take to the bank. What's made the last 24 hours so chaotic is that both sides seem to have very different ideas of what they even agreed to, with multiple different versions being floated around. And caught in the middle of all of this, once again, is Lebanon, whose government and population have been watching Iran, Israel, and the US argue over its fate with almost no say in the matter themselves. Well, buckle up, everybody, because it's going to be another crazy day. 3 deals, no agreements.
Yeah, there's
the
like a triple different deal.
Between the United States and Iran is just about 1 day old, and it is already coming apart at the seams. Not over one issue, but over the fact that the parties involved appear to have agreed to fundamentally different deals. What the world got on Monday night wasn't a single ceasefire, but something akin to a buffet, with 3 different countries all separately picking the stuff they like the look of, while leaving the unappetizing bits left.
Yeah, there was a 10-point plan, there was a 15-point plan. I think there's a third one, but I haven't seen that one yet.
Untouched. After Pakistan's Prime Minister posted on X yesterday, before Trump's self-imposed deadline, that the United States and Iran had, quote, agreed on an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately, there was a very brief period in which things looked like this could hold, at least for the 2 weeks that the ceasefire called for. It was never going to be an end to the war itself, but perhaps it could be a way to buy time to negotiate. It didn't take long for cracks to begin to emerge, though. In the hours that followed the announcement, Iran continued to launch attacks.
Yeah, they fucked up.
Attacks on its neighbours, which didn't let up for most of Wednesday. The single biggest hang-up, though, hasn't actually been about Iran at all, at least not directly. Instead, it's come down to Lebanon, and whether or not they're covered by the ceasefire. Pakistan's Prime Minister, in his announcement, made it clear that Lebanon is included, but the wording there doesn't appear to be based on any one signed, agreed-upon document by both Iran and the United States. Yesterday morning, Israel launched nearly 50 fighter jets, followed by sustained strikes that continued throughout the...
And again, this killed people that are relatives to some people I know from the streaming scene. Fucking hell. Fuck religion. Oh.
Afternoon, and the largest attacks on Hezbollah positions throughout Lebanon. In a single day, it appears that over 250 Lebanese were killed. Netanyahu's statement on the situation was unambiguous. The US-Iran ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Israel, he says, has, quote, more goals to complete against Hezbollah, and they have no intention of letting up. Amidst the growing confusion, given that no formalized agreement was actually released, President Trump publicly backed him, saying because of Hezbollah, they were not included in the deal. That'll get taken care of too.
Okay.
And this was where things really started to fall apart. Tehran was forced to choose between its own security at home and defending its allies in Lebanon, and ultimately chose the latter, reportedly threatening to collapse the whole ceasefire by once again closing the Strait of Hormuz if Lebanon was not included, while Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf, the man who has repeatedly been cited as leading the Iranian negotiations, went on the record claiming that 3 of the conditions Iran had outlined were already being broken. Those conditions are worth understanding because they revealed just how far apart the two sides actually are and how hastily this deal was drawn up. This was basically the international diplomacy version of frantically submitting your homework at 11:59 at night in order to just make that deadline. and as you might expect, the quality wasn't necessarily the best. Here's what we know about the various ceasefire proposals so far. Back in late March, the US sent Iran a 15-point plan proposal through Pakistani channels. It was maximalist in its requirements, demanding limitations to Iran's missile program, a full dismantling of the nuclear program.
Hold up. US had a 15. I thought there was a 10-point plan. But that was in March. Okay.
Requirements demanding limitations to Iran's missile program, a full dismantling of the nuclear program, the erection of a giant gold statue of Trump in the center of Tehran. Okay, maybe not that last one, but it might as well have been in there given how unacceptable the rest of the list was to Iran. Tehran's response was their own maximalist 10-point plan that went just as far in the other direction. Full sanctions relief, recognition of Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz, reparations to Iran for war damages, basically a plan equally as absurd as any golden statue. As the deadline neared yesterday on Trump's threat to destroy Iran's infrastructure, Tehran reportedly sent a revised version, though that version hasn't been publicly released, so we're not entirely sure what exactly was in it. Whatever it was, though, it was sufficient enough for Washington to be willing to sign up for the 2-week ceasefire and prepare for real negotiations with the Islamic Republic. They described this version as, quote, a workable basis on which to negotiate. All sounds good, right? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Well, welcome to 2026, ladies and gentlemen, the year that just keeps on giving. Lost in translation. While the rest of the world was busy trying to clarify just who was involved in the ceasefire, Iran was taking a victory lap, portraying the deal as proof of the strength of their military endurance against American aggression, and realizing a version of the plan that was essentially the original maximalist proposal that had already been set aside. The White House wasn't having it. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt slammed it yesterday, calling the plan fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded, saying it had been, quote, literally thrown in the garbage by Trump's team. The result is that at the time of recording...
So did Pam Bondi's portrait, it got thrown in the garbage, but that's irrelevant to this.
There are at least 2, quite possibly 3, versions of Iran's proposal floating around. Tehran, for what it's worth, has backed up the rhetoric with action. They've more or less closed the strait to maritime traffic again, which had only barely begun to trickle through overnight, and quickly ground to a halt again as Tehran tightened its demands over Lebanon. According to reports by Lloyd's List, there have been 2 or 3 crossings in the last 24 hours, but not a single one of them was an oil tanker. Iran has been pretty clear that they're willing to use force to keep it closed. They have issued radio warnings that any vessel transiting without permission could be destroyed. So, back to square one? Well, at least at the time of writing, the US hasn't formally re-entered the war. That is, heavily, and I emphasize heavily subject to change here, though. The whole point of the ceasefire, from Washington's perspective, was getting traffic flowing to at least some extent while negotiations started up again. If Iran keeps this posture over the next day, it's difficult to see how the peace deal could hold. President Trump has already been making threats to restart the war if Iran doesn't comply with what he's calling the real agreement. There's also a question worth raising about whether the Lebanon ambiguity was more than just an accident. The New York Times reported that the White House had seen and signed off on at least one of Sharif's public statements before he posted it, the one where he requested Trump extend his deadline, not the actual ceasefire announcement, meaning the diplomatic channels between Washington and Islamabad were far more coordinated than originally thought. If the US was approving Pakistan's public messaging in real time, the idea that Sharif went rogue by including Lebanon in the ceasefire announcement becomes a much harder sell. CNN separately cited an Israeli source saying that Jerusalem had, quote, worked overnight with the US to ensure it wouldn't accept the Iranian demand to have Lebanon be a part of the ceasefire. That said, there's still a lot unclear about the whole situation. The fact that there doesn't appear to be one unified document to actually point to has complicated things for all sides involved, including Pakistan. It's also worth noting that Iran's own foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi's initial ceasefire statement didn't even mention Lebanon, an odd detail to leave out of an otherwise celebratory statement given how much emphasis they've placed on the matter since. Vice President J.D. Vance, for his part, has chalked this up to what he believes to be a genuine misunderstanding between the two sides.
He's just a mouthpiece. He doesn't mean he's irrelevant.
Though he maintains that Lebanon was never a part of the agreement. Whether the ambiguity was a trap, a genuine miscommunication, or something in between, the effect was the same. Nobody was on the same page about what was going on. And that misunderstanding could now lead to the entire war reigniting. Caught in the middle. Whether or not Lebanon was actually part of the agreed-upon ceasefire is something that we can't tell you, as it really comes down to he said, she said, and then he bombed Beirut. But technicalities aside...
Well, that's a pretty much conclusion that someone was in the opinion that it wasn't.
The mood in Lebanon felt like they were included, at least at first. Hezbollah stopped shooting, and there were even some displaced families across the country who took it as permission to head home, though the Lebanese armed forces urged them to avoid doing so. That was the right call, given what came next. With over 250 killed, reportedly as many as 800 wounded by nightfall, and
again,
bodies still being pulled from the rubble in Beirut's southern suburbs as we speak. What happened next was...
I regularly interact with on stream.
Literally given the code name Operation Eternal Darkness by Israel. Absent throughout much of this, though, has been the Lebanese government, which, once again, has been relegated to the sidelines as Hezbollah, Iran, and Israel seem to decide the fate of the country's future. President Joseph Aoun did condemn Israel's strikes as barbaric, but the question of the ceasefire puts Beirut in a precarious position. Prime Minister Nawaf Salam was reported to have said that Lebanon would not accept anyone negotiating on its behalf, and the Foreign Ministry echoed that with a pointed line. Lebanon speaks with one voice, its own. That's aimed in two directions at once. Iran,
let's see if they can suppress Hezbollah, though.
Which folded Lebanon into its ceasefire demands, not out of particular care for the fate of everyday Lebanese citizens, but in order to salvage what's left of their proxy forces in the country, and at the US and Israel, who are deciding Lebanon's status without Beirut being at the table. Remember, Aoun himself has repeatedly offered to negotiate with Israel directly, a huge development in the country given its long-standing refusal to even sit down with Jerusalem. Israeli officials have been telling reporters for weeks that they see a window to degrade Hezbollah before any broader framework forces them to stop. And while they have been talking about establishing a semi-permanent buffer zone in the southern part of the country, the chance to strike in Hezbollah-dominated areas of Beirut isn't going to be indefinite. But for Tehran, Hezbollah isn't just someone else's fight, or at least Iran can't afford to let it become that. The group is the last functioning piece of a regional security architecture that the Islamic Republic spent decades and billions of dollars constructing, which for years served as the crown jewel of their defense strategy against Israel. And while things haven't quite played out the way Tehran may have imagined them on that front, they're also not willing to let Hezbollah be fully destroyed in Lebanon either. That's the bind Iran is carrying into Islamabad. Of course, wanting a ceasefire, but also seemingly unwilling to accept one that writes off one of its last allies. Whether anyone at the table Saturday can square that circle is yet to be determined, but we're not going to hold our breath. 2 weeks to nowhere. Saturday morning, if all goes according to plan, will feature the highest-level direct meeting between American and Iranian officials since 1979. Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy...
1979, of course, was what was the Islamic rebellion, when the religious assholes took over.
Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be representing the American side, with Parliament Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi representing Iran. There's also the long-standing elephant in the room when it comes to Iran, at least since Mujtaba Khamenei was elected as supreme leader, who still has not been seen or heard from since the war broke out there on February the 28th. There have been written statements attributed to him.
So, allegedly he was injured in the initial strikes, but that's not proven yet.
Released, but honestly, those did more to stir theories that he was either unconscious or dead than anything else. It looks like we may have some clarification on that front now. Axios reported on Tuesday that Mujtaba was personally involved with Iran's negotiations, working towards the ceasefire on Monday night, which, if accurate, is the strongest sign yet that he's not only alive, but functional enough to weigh in at critical moments. The IRGC appears to be running significant portions of the country's security operations in the meantime, but whatever comes out of Islamabad will likely need his blessing, given that he seems to be back on the scene, at least to some extent. The fact that he may have signed off on the ceasefire suggests that there might be some hope on that front. That is just about where the good news ends, though. These are two sides which can't even agree on what was actually agreed in the ceasefire reached just a day earlier, which doesn't exactly bode well for far more complicated discussions in the days ahead. The goal is to convert the 2-week pause into something durable, but the list of issues they need to resolve to get there is staggering, and on virtually every one of them, the distance between the two sides hasn't meaningfully narrowed since the war started. The nuclear question will, of course, be the centerpiece of this. Tehran's position remains that enrichment is a sovereign right, though, if she's to be believed, Press Secretary Levitt let slip yesterday that the US has received indicators that, quote, they will turn over the enriched uranium, which is almost certainly referring exclusively to the stockpile of highly enriched uranium, not the country's entire collection. Iran, for its part, responded by saying such a handover would only be on the table if all 10 original conditions were met. The rest of each side's wish list doesn't seem any easier. Washington still wants curbs on Iran's missile and drone program, while Tehran wants a recognition of their right to enrich uranium and a withdrawal of US combat forces from all bases and positions in the region. They are completely talking past each other. And given what's gone down in the last 24 hours,
that's
just
like
making it to the weekend, let alone the full 2-week mark, seems like it's going to be a hell of a battle. In the hours after the initial ceasefire announcement, Iranian drones and missiles hit 5 of the 6 Gulf monarchies, with only Oman being...
Yeah. One of these countries have a streamer that I watch very much, and she's like, fuck, I don't know if I'm alive tomorrow. Shit's fucked you.
Spared. Kuwait faced 28 drone attacks, while the UAE took 35 drones and 17 ballistic missiles, with a fire breaking out at Abu Dhabi's Habshan gas complex, one of the country's most critical processing facilities. But most concerning of all was in Saudi Arabia, where a strike on the kingdom's east-west oil pipeline, specifically built to help bypass the Strait of Hormuz entirely, hit a pumping station along the way. Bloomberg has since reported that the damage was limited and that it's still flowing, but this was way too close for comfort. The pipeline has been carrying roughly 5 million barrels a day. Whether these were deliberate violations or merely holdovers from a very decentralized IRGC acting independently of any centralized command structure remains up in the air. But overall, the message is clearly not great. The backdrop, an active shooting war that didn't actually stop when the ceasefire started, is what makes the structural problem in Islamabad so acute. Both delegations have boxed themselves into positions where the concessions that would produce an agreement are the ones they can least afford to make publicly. Iran cannot concede on Hormuz without admitting that the blockade was leverage rather than principle. Trump has his own version of the same bind. He sold the ceasefire as proof that his maximum pressure approach worked, and accepting an outcome that got fewer concessions from Tehran than Obama's 2015 JCPOA wouldn't exactly be something to celebrate. Back home, Trump has been seemingly eager to bring this whole thing to a close, and that cuts both ways. It gives himself reason to push hard in Islamabad, but he also needs to be able to take something away from this campaign in order to be able to sell it as a win.
That orange motherfucker is gonna lose the midterms.
And so far, his claims of total and complete victory feel about as convincing as your loser friend in high school telling you about his totally real girlfriend who lives in Canada. Saturday, they will tell us whether there's a deal to be had here, or whether the next 2 weeks are just a countdown to me, once again, locking myself in this damn studio as the world explodes around me. Thank you for watching.
Okay, now we're going with some of shipping. If there are...
We have found a Japanese villain!
We have enough, not found a Japanese villain. We are watching a guy who knows his shit about shipping. Januska, you might want to tune in on this one. If you unmute that.
Episode of What's Going On with Shipping. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Sorry for the seagulls there. They get in here all the time. Anyway, we have one of the most significant updates we're going to do here on the Strait of Hormuz because the Iranians have announced they've mined the Strait of Hormuz. And that has whole new implications for what we're about to see transpire, because unlike what we thought they would do if they mined, everybody assumed if you ever mine the Strait of Hormuz, you're preventing passage through it, you're closing it. Instead, what they're doing is herding ships into a new traffic separation scheme completely within the territorial waters of Iran. We're going to take a look at that, talk about what ships have been going in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, deal with that issue, because a lot of people are asking about that, and what this means going forward. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so we learn about new videos as they come out. So this post went on X from Emma Murphy over at ITV. Iran's deputy foreign minister tells me for ITV News the Strait of Hormuz is open to all civilian shipping and reports it is closed are wrong. However, due to mines as a consequence of the war, all vessels need to liaise with Iran to be guided along safe routes. Quote, anybody who communicates with the Iranian authority has got permission to pass. Well, countering the deputy foreign minister for Iran, Khatibzadeh, we have this quote here from the UAE Minister of Industry and Advanced Technologies, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. Open the strait unconditionally, no string attached. This moment requires clarity, so let's be clear. The Strait of Hormuz is not open. Access is being restricted, conditioned, and controlled.
Which means that they are not opening the oil ports.
Iran has made clear through both its statements and action that passage is subject to permission, condition, and political leverage. That is not freedom of navigation. That is coercion. The strait was not built, engineered, financed, or constructed by any state. It is a natural passage governed by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The strait was not built, engineered, financed, or constructed by any state. It is a natural passage governed by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which guarantees transit as a matter of right, not a privilege to be granted, withheld, or weaponized. Conditional passage is not passage. It is controlled by another name. All right, we talked about this yesterday where I showed you the UNCLOS specification that says this. And now, even though Iran is not a signatory to UNCLOS and the U.S. is not a signatory to UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea is a de facto law of the sea. And more importantly, the area that Iran is saying that is mined is not their waters. It is actually Omani waters, which we're going to talk about here in a second. Now, there's another thing that I need to raise, because this was mentioned to me. I got an email.
And whether they actually mined it or not is actually
today, highlighting a couple of key factors that I omitted, and I want to make one of them kind of relevant because I didn't quite agree with everything he sent me. However, the UN Charter, specifically Article 51, it says, nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. Measures taken by members in the exercise of this right of self-defense shall be immediately reported to the Security Council and shall not in any way affect the authority responsibility of the Security Council under the present charter to take at any time such action as it deems necessary in order to maintain or restore international peace and security. So, does Iran, under the UN Charter, have a right to do this? And that's the matter of legal questions that should be raised in the UN Security Council. I would argue no, because what Iran is doing is supposedly mining. And let me be clear, I don't think they mined anything. I think they've just said they've mined it. There is no indication that they've done. The United States has maintained a presence in the Strait of Hormuz, not with warships, but with drones, both sail drones and motorized drones through the region. Plus, they've had aerial surveillance there. Doesn't mean a mine has not been potentially laid, but I would think we would know about it sooner rather than later. And every indication we have seen coming out, when I say we mean the general public, the Joint Maritime Information Center, which releases reports, which is made up of the combined maritime forces in that area, have said no mines have been laid yet. However, under the condition of self-defense, does Iran have the right to restrict trade and transit to nations like Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the Saudi Arabia, the UAE? Now, if you make the argument that since those countries are serving as bases for attack, then they do. If, however, you make the argument, listen, trade and transit is not a factor here in this, moving bulk material like grain or sulfur or ammonia or helium or liquefied natural gas or oil.
Well, LNG is not moving anyway.
From Iraq to China has no factor in this at all, then the matter is under question. This is the issue we have with maritime law. It is not written and chiseled in stone. It's ever shades of gray. And this
well, the thing is, it was so old that it was actually chiseled in stone.
This is the issue we're seeing played out. Maritime law goes back to the ancient Phoenicians and Rhodes. This is the problem with maritime law. It's been around for a freaking long time, and it is so hard to find clear evidence about what is legal, what is not legal. What we do know is the Iranians are saying they have mined the strait, and now they want ships to come into Iranian waters and clear their Ayatollah booth. So we're going to talk about this a little bit now. So, is trade going through the Strait of Hormuz? So, our good friends over at Tanker Trackers posted this yesterday. 10 hours after the ceasefire, we're not seeing much happening. Left is the unfiltered view of all traffic on AIS. Green icons are bulk cargo, container ships, while red are tankers. Right is the filtered view showing vessels which began their voyage in Iran. Now, I will note something here. AIS, the automated identification system, can be turned off. It can be spoofed, meaning the position of the ships can be changed. Now, a lot of spoofing was being done by Iran. They were jamming it. It's one of the reasons why you saw huge clusters of ships together, or ships on land, for example. That's not happening as much. The spoofing has been substantially reduced, and we get a report on that from the Joint Maritime Information Center. The other thing is running dark. Tanker Trackers uses not just AIS, but satellites, and they get visual confirmation. So satellites pass over the Strait of Hormuz, they get visualizations, and more important, they attract tankers both outside and inside the Strait of Hormuz, so that if they move, they're tracking them. They have an AI system that allows them to visually identify every tanker on the planet from orbit. I mean, it's you. If you've followed Tanker Trackers at all, and before this event, you would know their track record is nearly perfect. Not perfect in everything. I mean, no one is perfect, but they are very good. And one of the things that everybody has done, I've done it, is take a snapshot of ships that were in the Persian Gulf before the attacks began and see where they are after the attack. So that even if you turn your AIS off, you're going to pop up on the other side. And that's what's being done. So when people sit there and say, yes, they're running dark through the strait, that's an important thing. What we do know is, based on AIS and visual confirmation of ships going in and out, is traffic is not moving. It's just not. We're still in single digits of moving ships in and out. But more importantly, this announcement by Iran has substantially changed everything. So what is this announcement? Well, here you go. This is Lloyd's story. Iran unveils its own Hormuz traffic separation scheme. Vessels transiting the choke point must coordinate with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. Iran's latest guidance explicitly warns of anti-ship mines in the main traffic zone of the strait. The IRGC Navy continues to vet all traffic passing through the strait on the basis of geopolitical affiliation. The IRGC Navy has suggested the scheme in a way of avoiding potential sea mines, but analysts have questioned how likely this is. This was published by Mike Schuller over at GCAP, and analysis from EOS Risk Group's head of advisory, Martin Kelly, indicates that Iran's latest directives, issued hours after a U.S.-Iran ceasefire, are already reshaping how vessels transit one of the world's most critical choke points. According to Kelly, Iran authorities have instructed commercial vessels to avoid traditional traffic separation scheme lanes and instead use alternate corridors near Larak Island that have become a hallmark of the crisis so far, citing the risk of sea mines deployed during the conflict. Inbound traffic is reportedly being routed north of the island, with outbound vessels directed south, effectively shifting traffic closer to Iranian territorial waters. This is the map provided by Iran that shows the hazardous area. Within the hazardous area, you can see the traffic separation scheme, and they've created now 2 lanes. The inbound lane goes through the toll booth between Larak and Kishim Island, and then the outbound lane now passes south of Larak Island, cuts across the top of the traditional traffic separation scheme, and then heads out. All of that is within Iranian territorial waters. The area restricted is actually in Omani waters, but we have this broadcast across VHF Channel 16 to ships in the region.
Attention all vessels in Persian Gulf and Oman Sea.
Okay, then I will go back because radio traffic, I can't fathom that shit in the first place.
Transiting in Strait of Hormuz is closed yet, and you must receive a permission from Iranian Sepah Navy for passing through the strait. If any vessels try to transit without permission, will be destroyed. Out.
So that's kind of a non-ambiguous message right there. If you try to transit, you will be destroyed. All right, let's take a look at this over at marine traffic. All right, so here is marine traffic. Let's go ahead and switch over to nautical chart here. So here's the traditional lane that we see that is used to go through the Strait of Hormuz. This is the area right here. The inbound lane right here. The outbound lane is down here. The purple area is kind of a buffer zone. You're not supposed to go into the purple area, but ships do. This is Iranian waters. This area that's shaded right here is Iranian waters, and their new...
Hold up. What's the draft of an average ship? Yeah, I see people going there. Yeah, that's what I would do as a captain.
Traffic separation scheme. The inbound lane comes up here along the coast here in the white area. The numbers here represent depth in meters. Come through Larak and Kisham and head into the Persian Gulf. The outbound lane comes here over Patrick Stewart Bank, make it so, and then comes south here of Larak, cuts across, and then heads outbound. The separation scheme in yellow here you'll see is entirely in Omani waters. Now, there was some issues about maybe Iran and Oman had made an agreement to separate it. And some people have been talking about the fact that ships have been coming out through the Omani channel. Well, there were only 3 ships that came out, and they came in here south of the big Raycon buoy here and just north of the northern tip here of Oman. But those were 3 vessels a few days ago. We really haven't seen any traffic come out since then. If we look at the last 24 hours here, and I'm going to speed this up a bit, what we're seeing is some ships come out, green bulkers coming out. A lot of these are coming out from Bandar Abbas. This is the port at the very top there in Iran. We see some ships making the inbound route into the Straits of Hormuz. You'll see a tanker coming out, the Tor 2. That was a tanker that came out of the Persian Gulf, stopped up in Bandar Abbas, and is now outbound out of the Straits. And we see some other ships coming out, but nowhere near the number of ships that some people have been saying. You know, some people are talking about 20-something ships coming out. We're not seeing that. We're seeing single digits, maybe into the teens. That's it. All of this indicates that Iran has really throttled control over the strait. Add to it, we also have the issue of insurance. Now, this has been the big issue that stopped shipping from going through the straits to begin with. This story by David Osler over at Lloyd's List, marine insurers reprice Gulf war risk cover after ceasefire. So he goes into the story, all war risk quotes are bespoke and dependent on multiple factors, while additional premiums, which ran high as 5 to 10% of hull value per trip at the peak of fighting, do seem to have fallen in the past couple of days. There is no consensus over what might constitute a new going rate. It's really important to note this, that insurance rates are really dependent on the ships, the owners, the track record of the ships, who they're insuring, what's your voyage. It's kind of like getting car insurance. You know, no car insurance is going to... There's rarely owner perspective. That still represents an outlay of hundreds of thousands of dollars and perhaps millions of dollars for more valuable tonnage for every individual voyage. So if you have a super tanker, $100 million super tanker, and you're getting charged 2 to 5%, that's $2 to $5 million you're getting. Now, if you have a lower cost tanker or a smaller tanker or a bulk vessel, then you may be talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, the article goes on to cite Neil Roberts, who's the head of Marine and Aviation at Lloyd's Market Association. I've had an opportunity to meet Neil several times. Also sounded a note of caution. Only time will tell whether the latest understanding between Washington and Tehran will lead to lasting peace rather than a pause in conflict. Quote, in the meantime, it's highly unlikely that trade into the Middle East Gulf, that's the Persian-Arabian Gulf, will simply resume. The region remains at heightened risk with none of the underlying tensions resolved. The losses already advised will be dealt with as normal, and it can be expected that ships previously unable to leave will now try to do so as soon as the owners and masters deem it safe to do so. So again, we're getting kind of those mixed messages. For example, Japanese Mitsu OSK Lines is holding back from moving vessels through the Strait of Hormuz until it receives clearer assurances and guidance from the Japanese government. That's per its CEO, Jotaro Tamura, in a story to Malt Humphert over at Japan has closed the portion of the Strait of Hormuz from the north coast of Oman to their territorial waters and saying, listen, strait's open, you just got to come through Iranian waters. And by the way, we're going to run it like a toll booth, and we're going to advise whether you can pass or not pass.
And I think that they said that you need to pay like $2 million or something.
That's going to have Hormuz rate pressures build in crowded Atlantic. The U.S. Gulf to China, very large crude rates fell 24% on Wednesday versus Tuesday to $108,000 per day, returning to levels recorded in the week before war. But VLCCs continue to migrate to the Atlantic, although there is a growing number of VLCCs opting to remain idle in the Pacific. Aframaxes and Suezmaxes, these are ships capable of going through the Suez Canal. Rates are easing but remain exceptionally high, far outperforming VLCCs in the Atlantic. So you don't want to move very large crude carriers if you don't have to. Some of them are waiting to see if the floodgate opens into the Persian Gulf, because it takes you a month to move a VLCC from the Persian Gulf to the Gulf Coast of the United States, and then you're tied up there. We talked about this the other day with those transits. Same time, the International Maritime Organization has come out. Imposing a toll on ships sailing through the critical Strait of Hormuz would set a dangerous precedent, and countries should not impede freedom of navigation through the area. This statement is from an IMO spokesperson. According to UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, ships enjoy the right of transit passage through international states. States bordering straits shall not hamper that right or suspend the transit passage. States bordering straits. They're making me really try hard here.
So they're like, fuck you, just don't, because otherwise shit happens.
Not to mess up my pronunciation. But other things we're also seeing happen at the same time that's going to have a long-term impact on shipping. For example, everybody's ordering tankers. Global ship order book hit 17-year high on tanker orders. According to BIMCO, which is a analyst group that looks at shipping, they show the global order book reached 191 million compensated gross tons at the end of the first quarter of 2026. That global order book has been boosted by higher new building contracting through the 2020s, and most recently by the highest quarterly crude tanker contracting in history. So guess what? When rates go up, people take that money and spend it on new ships. Again, sailors with money in their pocket can't help but spend it. So a lot happening in the Strait of Hormuz. And again, I keep coming back to this issue of this new map being drawn by the Iranians and the fact that they are fundamentally changing the transits through an international seaway. Yes, half of it is in Omani waters, half of it is in Iranian waters, but that doesn't give Iran the permission to mine it. Again, what shipping companies are going to want to see and what the crews on the ships are going to want to see is that area clear of mines. Remember, it takes 0 mines to make a minefield. Just the threat of mines creates a minefield. However, if you've got to send in mine hunters off the U.S. Navy's littoral combat ships, each of them carry 2 remote-controlled mine hunting vessels, it takes a while to clear the strait. It's going to take a while. Now, you can take an empty bulk carrier or tanker and run it through and see what happens. It's a little more dangerous, but you can do that. Put some Marines on board, put some air defense, some anti-drone capability on for both air and surface, maybe run a destroyer behind it to provide air protection from missiles, cruise, and ballistic, and you can find out. But this is going to require a commitment by the U.S. military, and I'm not sure we're going to see the U.S. Navy make an appearance into this region. They're there with drones.
It's funny because here in Finland we have like mine layers, mine destroyers because Russia. But
we've talked so much about drones with the U.S. Navy. It would really be helpful to have some sort of drones operating in this region with some sort of strike capability or defense capability against aerial and surface drones. But right now what we have are basically souped up sail drones, which kind of monitor the area with ISR. This is intelligence gathering and everything associated with that. But they also have some remote control drones. But again, none of them with really offensive, defensive capability. And what we're seeing here is the kind of handing off of the Strait of Hormuz over to Iran. Mining and the fact that we're getting Iran officials announcing that they're mining the strait, that is a new change. We've always expected that this was an option for Iran, but we thought they would mine it to close it. Instead, what they're doing is choking it. And I said before in my last broadcast, I don't know how you do Heimlich to a maritime choke point, but we're going to have to figure it out. I hope you got something out of today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? You hit the super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon.
This isn't even the video that I want to comment to. I want to do a react. I could do this one. It's kind of funny. That's useless. Let's see. Guys, I want to react to release tomorrow. That is that's irrelevant. That's relevant. Could do a lockpicking layer. I could do this one. Let's see. That's an hour and 15 minutes video. That's propaganda. That's well, that could be interesting. That I'm not going to touch. We're going for
at 3:02 in the morning
for cybersecurity. We'll see if this is any good. And that's
at 3:02 in the morning.
Yeah, that's probably Should I be digital TA or virtual TA? I'm gonna be digital TA. In fact, I'm gonna go full cam for a little bit. Hello, welcome to React with Digital TA. Today we are reacting to the first targets of Modern War. You might know this guy, Stefan Whistler. He has a metric fuckton of channels, but I saw some cyber security here, so let's see what he has for us. Well, he or his writers.
Morning, on February the 24th, 2022, tens of thousands of satellite modems across Europe all went dead simultaneously.
Oh,
there was no explosion or
Russian
warning. It was just suddenly silent, and an hour later, well, Russian tanks rolled across the Ukrainian border, and the world woke up to a special military operation. Most people think wars start when troops cross the border or when planes appear on the horizon. But really that comes second, as the first part's invisible, and by the time anyone notices it, the damage is done. The Viasat hack knocked out communications for the Ukrainian military right when they needed them most. It also disrupted wind turbines in Germany and internet service across rural France. One cyber attack, launched from a keyboard in Russia, and an entire continent felt it before a single shot was fired. This was a planned opening move. Modern militaries follow a specific sequence when they go to war. Kinda looks like a checklist, and the targets come in a particular order for particular reasons, and that order tells you a lot about how wars are fought today. So let's go through the checklist, shall we? Target by target in the order that they'd probably be hit, and why each of them matters. Blind them. When we picture wars in our heads, we've got two armies marching toward each other, they meet in a field somewhere, and pop, the fighting begins. Maybe there's a dramatic charge, maybe there's a tense stand off, but the basic idea is that wars start when soldiers from different sides meet. And for most of human history, that was pretty true. Gettysburg, Waterloo, the Somme, armies clashed where they found each other, and the side with more men or better tactics, or sometimes just dumb luck, won. War was, at its core, a physical meeting of forces, but modern war isn't like that. It starts a lot earlier, with radar stations exploding in the dark hours before any soldier even sees another soldier. If you can blind your enemy's air defenses, you own the sky. And, well, owning the sky, air superiority, pretty important. January the 17th, 1991, at 2:38 in the morning, local time, 8 AH-64 Apache helicopters flew low over the Saudi desert, so low that their rotor wash kicked up the sand. They were being led to targets by Air Force MH-53J Pavlo helicopters, because the Apache's own navigation systems were just not precise enough for what they needed to do that day. Their mission was to destroy two Iraqi early warning radar stations sitting right on the border. These, of course, weren't random targets. Coalition planners needed a corridor, a 20-mile wide gap in Iraq's radar coverage so that F-117 stealth bombers could slip through and hit Baghdad. The Apaches had to punch that hole open exactly 22 minutes before the F-117s arrived. The pilots had trained on full-scale mock-ups of radar sites for months in the Saudi desert. They had rehearsed the attack about so many times they could practically do it blindfolded. The mission was designated Task Force Normandy, and it was one of the most tightly held operations of the war. Those helicopters fired the first shots at Desert Storm, before the tanks, before the infantry, before anything. The first act of war was destroying the radar. The Apaches handled 2 specific stations, but the coalition had a much bigger radar problem across the rest of Iraq. The solution was AGM-88 HARM missiles. High-speed anti-radiation missiles. They home in on radar emissions, which a radar station sends out to detect aircraft, and, well, the HARMs follow that beam to its source. It uses the enemy's own radar against them. Iraqi radar operators figured this out pretty quickly. They learned that when they heard coalition aircraft approaching, the smart move was to shut off their radar immediately. The US military had a dry term for this. They called it radiation avoidance, and it was a brutal choice for every radar.
Right, this video. Let's see. We have cybersecurity here, or is it just information security? Well, we'll see. Also, nice button-up shirt there, Simon.
At 3:02 in the morning, on February the 24th, 2022, tens of thousands of satellite modems across Europe all went dead simultaneously. There was no explosion or warning. There was just suddenly silence. And
yeah, that was the hack of the Ukrainian modems. Well, actually, it was not just Ukrainian. It was just a whole set of modems.
An hour later, well, Russian tanks rolled across the Ukrainian
and after
border,
that, shit's
and the
fucking
world woke up to a special military operation. Most people think wars start when troops cross the border or when planes appear on the horizon. But
oh no, it's already started here in Northern Europe as well. Hybrid war is a thing. It starts in social media, unfortunately.
Really, that comes second. The first part's invisible, and by the time anyone notices it, the damage is done. The Viasat hack knocked out communications for the Ukrainian military right when they needed them most. It also disrupted wind turbines in Germany and internet service across rural France. One cyber attack, launched from a keyboard in Russia, and an entire continent felt it before a single shot was fired.
Well, a little bit before. Also, recently, a certain country felt when their Starlink was cut the fuck off. Because, yeah, Ukraine and Starlink figured out how to block the invading assholes from using it.
This was a plan.
And also Russia blocked Telegram because they're fucking idiots.
Opening move. Modern militaries follow a specific sequence when they go to war. Kind of looks like a checklist. And the targets come in a particular order for particular reasons, and that order tells you a lot about how wars are fought today. So let's go through the checklist, shall we? Target by target in the order that they'd probably be hit, and why each of them matters.
Let's see. I am not a military expert, but I know some sort of this. So, Simon, I will be somewhat critiquing you.
Line them. When we picture wars in our heads, we've got two armies marching toward each other, they meet in a field somewhere, and pop, the fighting begins. Maybe there's a dramatic charge, maybe there's a tense standoff, but the basic idea is that war starts when soldiers from different sides meet. And for most of human history, that was pretty true. Gettysburg, Waterloo, the Somme, armies clashed.
That is not AI, that is
the side with more men or better tactics, or sometimes just dumb luck. War was, at its core, a physical meeting of forces, but modern war isn't like that. It starts a lot earlier, with radar stations exploding in the dark hours before any soldier even sees another soldier. If you can blind your enemy's air defenses, you own the sky.
Okay, so he's not going into hybrid warfare. That's fair, but yeah, it starts a lot before that.
And, well, owning the sky, air superiority, pretty important. On January the 17th, 1991, at 2:38 in the morning, local time,
Apaches will help with that.
64 Apache helicopters flew low over the Saudi desert, so low that their rotor wash kicked up the sand. They were being led to targets by Air Force MH-53J Pavlo helicopters because the Apache's own navigation systems were just not precise enough for what they needed to do that day. Their mission was to destroy 2 Iraqi early warning radar stations sitting right on the border. These, of course, weren't random targets. Coalition planners needed a corridor, a 20-mile wide gap in Iraq's radar coverage so that F-117 stealth bombers could slip through and hit Baghdad. The Apaches had to punch that hole open exactly 22 minutes before the F-117s arrived. The pilots had trained on full-scale mock-ups of radar sites for months in the Saudi desert. They had rehearsed the attack about so many times.
So they weren't like Saudi Arabia, just almost neighboring countries. That's kind of interesting.
Times they could practically do it blindfolded. The mission was designated Task Force Normandy, and it was one of the most tightly held operations of the war. Those helicopters fired the first shots of Desert Storm, before the tanks, before the infantry, before anything. The first act of war was destroying the radar. The Apaches handled 2 specific stations, but the coalition had a much bigger radar problem across the rest of Iraq. The solution was AGM-88 HARM missiles.
Right, those are the ones that seek out, well, radar emissions.
High-speed anti-radar.
That's the air arm in them.
Radiation missiles. They home in on radar emissions, which a radar station sends out to detect aircraft, and, well, the HARMs follow that beam to its source. It uses the enemy's own radar against them. Iraqi radar
I've used those in DCS World and in Falcon BMS.
Operators figured this out pretty quickly. They learned that when they heard coalition aircraft approaching, the smart move was to shut off their radar immediately. The US military had a dry term for this. They called it radiation avoidance, and it was a brutal choice for every radar operator in Iraq to make. I mean, turn on the system and a HARM missile follows your signal back and kills you, or turn it off and survive, but now you can't see anything else that's coming. Either way, the coalition won. The radar was destroyed, or the radar went silent. Both outcomes meant the same thing for Iraqi air defenses. They were blind. Then the F-117 Nighthawk really came into its own. This was an aircraft with a radar cross-section roughly the size of a marble. Now, against a fully operational, well-coordinated air defense network, stealth helps, but it's not magic. But against a network where half the radars are destroyed and the other half are too scared to be turned on, the F-117 was practically invisible. 42 of them deployed for Desert Storm. They represented about 2.5% of coalition combat aircraft,
I still like the
but they struck roughly 40% of designated strategic targets. That ratio only makes sense when you understand that the air defense network had already been torn apart before those jets ever took off. This also isn't just a 1991 story. In October 2024, when Israel struck targets inside Iran, the first things they hit were the S-300 air defense batteries
and S-300s are like fairly recent. I think it's like yeah, that's like the best ones they got. I don't know if Iran has 400s.
Tehran. Specifically, the battery sitting at Imam Khomeini International Airport. Earlier that same year in April, Israeli strikes had destroyed the air defense radar guarding the Natanz nuclear facility. Different decade, different countries, different technology, same logic. Before you hit anything else, you kill the thing that can see you coming. In any modern combat, it's pretty much the same. You destroy the enemy's ability to detect what's coming next. You can't shoot down what you can't see. Every modern war starts by making the enemy blind.
And where
Deafen them. Most of us assume that modern militaries are built to survive some sort of communication attack. There's redundant systems, backup headquarters, decentralized authority. The whole system is basically designed so that no single strike can cripple the network. And that assumption does make sense because military doctrine since World War II has been working toward it. But there is a gap between what militaries plan for and what they actually end up building. Redundancy is really, really expensive. It requires duplicate infrastructure, parallel chains of commands, and constant training for scenarios where the primary system goes down. In practice, most nations centralize because it's just cheaper and faster. One fiber optic backbone is easier to maintain than 5 fiber optic backbones. One air defense command tower coordinates better than 20 regional ones acting independently. That's the weakness the United States exploited on January the 17th, 1991. Among the first targets of Operation Desert Storm were Iraq's communication nodes in downtown Baghdad. Those F-117 stealth fighters we mentioned in the last entry dropped precision-guided munitions on the Al-Qarq telecommunications center. The Iraqi Air Force headquarters was struck in the same opening wave, so was Saddam Hussein's fiber optic network, the backbone connecting his centralized air defense system to radar installations and missile batteries across the country. Within just 24 hours, Iraq's Integrated Air Defense Command was non-functional. Local commanders still had their equipment. They had surface-to-air missiles and radar stations and anti-aircraft guns, but they didn't have any orders. They couldn't coordinate.
Yeah. Both modern-day Iran and Finland as well. Finland has quite a redundant thing. So yeah, whenever Russia attacks us, which I suppose is inevitable unless we have Putin and some of his cronies die off, which wouldn't be something I shouldn't tear over. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
With their neighboring units, and they couldn't report what they were seeing or request any support. Each site essentially became an island, reacting to whatever flew overhead without any sense of the larger picture. Now, the architect behind all of this was Colonel John Warden III, and he'd been thinking about this problem for years. Warden ran an Air Force strategy office called Checkmate, and he had developed something called the 5-ring model. Imagine 5 concentric circles. The outermost ring is fielded forces, the tanks, the infantry, the ships. Moving inward, you get population, then infrastructure, then organic essentials, energy, key production, etc. And at the very center, you've got leadership. Traditional warfare works from the outside in. You engage the enemy's fielded forces, grind through their armies, push toward the capital, and eventually the leadership surrenders or collapses. It is bloody and slow, but it's how war has mostly been done for centuries. Warden flipped that logic. His argument was straightforward. Attack the inner rings, and the outer rings collapse on their own. Take out a leadership's ability to communicate and command, and those fielded forces become a collection of disconnected units with no strategic direction. You do not need to destroy the enemy's army if you can cut its communication and command off. This plan was called Instant Thunder, and the name was deliberate. During Vietnam, the American air campaign was called Rolling Thunder, a strategy of gradual escalation designed to slowly increase pressure on North Vietnam.
And well, they tried this shit in this decade. I don't know if it really worked.
It ran for 3.5 years, and, well, it failed. Warden didn't want it to fail, he wanted the opposite. Instant Thunder proposed striking 84 strategic targets in just 6 days. There was no gradual ramp-up or signaling intentions, just overwhelming force against the nodes that held everything together. And that worked. The coalition flew over 100,000 sorties during Desert Storm, but the war's outcome was largely decided in those opening hours. Once Iraq's command and control network went dark, everything else was just clean up. Iraqi units that tried to fight did so without coordination, without intelligence, without really any understanding of where coalition forces actually were. Units that might have mounted a serious defense, they instead sat in position, waiting for orders that were never going to arrive. The Gulf War really proved something that military planners have taken seriously ever since, that a military with functioning weapons but no communication is less dangerous than one with worse weapons and a working communication network. Iraq had the 4th largest army in the world back in 1991. They had modern Soviet equipment, battle-hardened troops from the Iran-Iraq War, and fortified positions that had months to prepare. But none of that matters. The weapons don't matter if nobody can tell them what the f to shoot at.
And where to go with
isolate them. The power grid. If you wanted to know...
Yeah, this is where we are kind of at right now. Well, we'll see how the 2 weeks go.
Knock out a country's electricity, you'd bomb the power plants. That's the obvious move, isn't it? Power stations, they're big, they're visible, and they are where electricity gets
the water.
Take them out, lights go off. Brilliant. And for most of military history, that's exactly what air forces did. They hit generators, turbine halls, boiler rooms, the logic being simple and largely correct. Destroy the thing that makes the power, and there's no more power. But there's a problem with that logic. Power plants, even badly damaged ones, can be patched back together surprisingly fast. Ukraine proved this over and over in 2022 and 2023. Russia would hit a thermal power station with cruise missiles, and Ukrainian engineers would have it producing electricity again within a few days, sometimes within hours. The generators themselves, they're really tough, modular, and repairable. You can fly in parts, weld things together, and get turbines spinning again, apparently just with duct tape and determination. So Russia kept hitting the same stations and Ukraine kept fixing those same stations, and the whole thing turned into a really expensive game of whack-a-mole. Then Russia changed its approach, and the results were devastating. Starting in late 2023 and accelerating through 2024, Russian strikes shifted away from the power plants themselves and towards something much more vulnerable: large power transformers, or LPTs. These are the massive units that step voltage up or down so that electricity can travel across the national grid. These things weigh over 400 tons each. They take 12 to 18 months to manufacture, and they cost between $5 and $10 million each. And there are only a handful of factories in the entire world that can build these things. You can't repair an LPT in a field with spare parts and that duct tape we mentioned previously. When one is destroyed, it's gone. The replacement's sitting in a production queue somewhere in Europe or South Korea, months away from delivery. Russia also figured out something about nuclear power. Ukraine gets roughly half its electricity from nuclear plants, and you obviously can't bomb a nuclear reactor. The consequences would be catastrophic, and the international response would be immediate. But you don't have to touch the reactor at all. You just have to destroy the substation that connects it to the grid. The plant keeps running perfectly fine, the fuel rods stay cool, the turbines keep on spinning. It just can't send power anywhere, which power stations need to do. And this really wasn't a new idea. Back in the Gulf War again. Basically a bit about the Gulf War, isn't it? In 1991, coalition planners figured out the same thing about Iraq's grid. They deliberately avoided destroying power plants because those are expensive and time-consuming to rebuild. Instead, they hit transformer yards and switching stations. They used carbon fiber bombs that draped conductive filaments across electrical equipment, shorting everything out. The plants survived intact, which made post-war reconstruction easier. But during the war itself, Iraq's electrical grid was completely non-functional.
I wish they could use that for Iran, but I don't know. Does it work?
Back in any electrical system isn't generation. It's the transmission and distribution of the electricity. A country can have all the power plants in the world, but if the grid connecting them to cities and factories is destroyed, those plants are just expensive buildings making electricity that goes nowhere. Ukraine has started adapting to this. Engineers are moving critical grid components underground where they can't be hit by cruise missiles or drones. The government's pushing hard for decentralized power generation, smaller solar installations, local generators, distributed systems that don't depend on a handful of massive transformers sitting exposed in open substations. It's a rethinking of how a national grid should be structured when you're at war. But that adaptation takes years.
We are also actually we have been doing that in Finland, putting shit underground for quite a while.
And it highlights something most countries haven't really grappled with yet. Modern electricity grids were designed for efficiency, not for resilience. They concentrate critical equipment in a small number of locations because that's cheaper and easier to manage. It makes sense. Those large power transformers, though, they are the linchpins of the whole system, and in most countries, they're sitting in fenced yards with no meaningful protection against a military strike. So the target is the thing that moves the power, and right now, in virtually every country on Earth, those transformers are standing in open fields completely exposed.
Okay.
Silence them. Undersea cables and satellites.
Yeah, we've had that
Now,
problem.
we often talk about the internet like it's something ethereal. This is in the cloud. There's data floating around in the ether, bouncing between servers scattered across the globe. Feels largely correct, doesn't it? It's distributed, it's resilient, and it feels like it's everywhere and nowhere at once. And that's...
To be fair, the internet in itself is pretty fucking resilient. But let's see where Simon goes with this.
Story made sense for a really long time because the internet was designed to survive a
yeah,
nuclear war.
that
leaves something out. About 95% of all international internet traffic travels through roughly 570 physical cables lying on the ocean floor. That's it. These aren't some high-tech marvels either. They're about the width of a garden hose,
and
they
sharks
can sit
bite
on the
them.
seabed, sometimes buried in shallow water, sometimes just resting in the open depths at several kilometers. The cloud is very physical in places, and in those places, it's pretty exposed. We got a preview of what attacking undersea infrastructure looked like in September 2022. Someone detonated explosives along the Nord Stream pipeline in the Baltic Sea, rupturing 3 of 4 lines carrying natural gas from Russia to Germany. The pipeline sat in relatively shallow water, about 70 to 80 meters deep, in one of the most heavily surveilled bodies of water on Earth, and still, nobody stopped it. Now consider that Russia's GUGI, the main directorate of deep-sea research, operates a fleet of specialized submarines built for deep-sea operations. They are designed to work on the ocean floor, and Western intelligence agencies have watched them mapping the routes of undersea cables connecting Europe and North America. NATO responded by ramping up submarine patrols near critical cable choke points, but the ocean is, surprise, very big. And those cables are, another surprise, very long. So the internet has this physical vulnerability that most people don't really think about. But communication doesn't just run underwater, it also runs through space, and space is also getting more dangerous. In January 2007, China launched a missile that destroyed its own Fengyang 1C weather satellite at an altitude of 865 kilometers. It was a proof of concept, a demonstration that Beijing could take out satellites in orbit. That single test created more than 2,600 pieces of trackable debris, and most of it still up there, circling the Earth at thousands of kilometers per hour. Russia followed in November 2021, destroying its own Cosmos 1408 satellite and generating over 1,500 additional debris fragments. The crew aboard the ISS had to shelter in their emergency escape capsules because the debris cloud was passing dangerously close. You don't even need to blow anything up here. GPS jamming and spoofing have become routine in certain parts of the world. Russia has been disrupting GPS signals across the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, and the Eastern Mediterranean for years now. Thousands of civilian passenger flights have reported navigation anomalies. Commercial aviation can work around it, but military operations can't as easily. Modern precision-guided munitions depend on GPS to find their targets.
We even had
GPS-guided
Ukrainian
bomb
drones.
without a signal becomes a real...
Yeah, we even have Ukrainian drones spoofed to go to Finland. So, yeah, Russia's fucking shit up.
The dumb bomb that's really expensive, heading in roughly the right direction. The revolution in precise warfare that has defined the last 3 decades of American military dominance rests on a constellation of satellites that everyone now knows how to threaten. The US Naval Academy quietly reintroduced celestial navigation into its curriculum a few years ago. Midshipmen are learning to use sextants again, reading star positions to determine where they are in the ocean, which is scary and also cool. Because if GPS goes dark, a $100 million warship still needs to know its location, and the only backup that doesn't rely on satellites or cables or anything electronic is the stars. We built the most connected civilization in human history, with information moving at the speed of light across oceans and through orbit. But all of that connectivity runs through these physical choke points that a sufficiently motivated adversary can cut, jam, or just blow the fuck up. The most connected society in history is also, of course, the most vulnerable to disconnection.
Well, that is actually all of humanity at this point. It's just not the people that are rattling their sabers or measuring up their dicks. It was always that. It was like that in the Cold War. It's still that right now.
Cripple them before they know. Now, for most of recent history, cyber attacks felt like a bit of a nuisance. Stolen emails, defaced websites, ransomware demands that blocked up a hospital's billing system for a few days. Annoying and expensive, yes, but nobody was dying and nothing was actually blowing up.
Well, in the case of the hospitals, people were actually dying.
And that made sense, because what we saw publicly really was just digital vandalism, wasn't it? Hackers wanted money or attention.
Are we going
both.
to NotPetya?
Governments talked
Please
about
mention
cyber
NotPetya.
threats in vague, ominous terms, but the examples they pointed to were always about data, stolen credit cards, leaked personnel files, that sort of thing. Embarrassing? Maybe. Annoying? Yes. Physical explosions? No. The physical world and the digital world seemed to be pretty separate. But then came Stuxnet.
Well,
in 2010, security researchers stumbled across a piece of malware unlike anything they had ever
Okay, so they're going with the Western one before the Eastern one.
Seen. It was sophisticated, clearly the work of a nation state, and it had one very specific target: the programmable logic controllers running uranium enrichment centrifuges at Iran's Natanz nuclear facility. The malware told those centrifuges to spin roughly 40% faster than their design speed, and while the machines were tearing themselves apart, the monitoring displays in the control room showed completely normal readings. The operators watched their screens and saw nothing wrong. Iran destroyed about 1,000 centrifuges before anyone figured out what was happening. The whole thing...
and it was just because of one mole. I know of this.
Only came to light because Stuxnet accidentally spread beyond Natan's air-gap network to computers it was never supposed to reach. Without that mistake, we still might not know about it. The US and Israel had jointly built a weapon that caused physical destruction inside a foreign military facility without firing a shot or crossing a border. And that was the moment the definition of warfare changed. Now, Stuxnet was pretty precise, but what came next, not so much. In December 2015, Russian hackers used malware
there it is.
to take down sections of Ukraine's power grid. About 230,000 customers lost electricity. It was the first confirmed cyber attack in history to shut down critical infrastructure. They did it again the following year, hitting a transmission station near Kiev. But these were really just rehearsals. And when the real thing came, the cyber attack
there it is.
wasn't a sideshow. It was the opening act that we indeed opened our video with today. In January 2022, weeks before any tanks moved, Russia deployed Whispergate wiper malware across Ukrainian government systems. More than 60 government websites went dark simultaneously. That was the softening. Then at 3:02 a.m. on February the 24th, the Viasat satellite hit. Tens of thousands of satellite modems were bricked simultaneously across Europe. Ukrainian military communication went down, and as collateral damage, about 5,000 wind turbines in Germany were knocked offline because they happened to use the same satellite.
Get to the main part.
An hour later, Russian ground forces crossed the border. They'd wiped out their enemy's communication, they'd hit government systems, knocked out satellite coverage, and that was when they sent in the armor. The cyber attacks were part of the invasion this time. They were the first phase. Now, Ukraine actually did hold up pretty well on the cyber front, partly because they've been dealing with Russian digital attacks for years, and...
He's not even gonna mention Petya. Okay. Boo.
Had hardened their systems, but the playbook was clear, and every military on Earth was taking notes. Cyber weapons have a feature conventional weapons don't. They can be pre-positioned. Traditional military's got to mobilize troops, move equipment, build up their supply lines, that sort of thing. And satellites can watch all of that happening, but malware can sit inside a power grid or a water treatment system or a financial network for months or even years, just doing nothing, remaining completely invisible, just waiting for one signal to turn on and wreak havoc. Security researchers have a term for these. They call them implants, and they find new ones regularly in critical infrastructure across dozens of countries. Sometimes they can attribute them to a specific government. Sometimes they can't. The first shot in the next major war has probably already been fired. It may be sitting dormant in a server rack somewhere, in a power station, or a water utility place, or a banking system, just waiting. And we won't know about it until someone sends the activation signal. The sequence. Okay, so let's put all of this together, shall we? Modern war starts quietly. Weeks before any missile flies, cyber operatives are already underway. Malware is in power grids, communication networks, financial systems, just waiting. The enemy doesn't know the war started yet, and that's the point. Then comes the first minutes. Cruise missiles and stealth aircraft hit radar installations and surface-to-air missile sites. This is SEED, the suppression of enemy air defenses. In this phase, you're trying to open the way so everything else can move through it. Within the first hours, the targets shift to command and control. Military headquarters, communication hubs, the nodes where generals talk to their forces in the field. Cut those links, and a million-man army becomes disconnected units with no orders and no picture of what's happening around them. Over the first few days, you go after the enemy's airfields, aircraft shelters, fuel depots. You're establishing air superiority, and once you own the sky, everything the enemy does on the ground becomes visible and vulnerable. Then come the first weeks. Power plants, telephone exchanges, bridges, rail yards. You're dismantling the country's ability to sustain a war effort. Troops can't fight if they can't eat, move, or communicate with anyone above or beside them. And while you're hitting fielded forces throughout, the ground offensive waits until the raiders are blind, the generals are cut off, the airfields are craters, and the grid is dark. The Gulf War proved this sequence works. The coalition achieved air superiority in a week. They flew over 100,000 sorties and dropped 88,500 tons of bombs across 39 days. Iraq had roughly 500,000 troops in the theater. By the time the coalition ground offensive began on the 24th of February, that army was severely degraded and in many sectors barely functional. The ground war lasted 100 hours. The wars you see on television, tanks rolling through cities, infantry clearing buildings, rubble, smoke. etc.
Why didn't they
But
not
often wars,
mention
where the
NotPetya?
shape was set much earlier. The decisive moments happened way before, in
Second
fiber
time.
optic cables and server rooms and radar dishes on remote hilltops that nobody had ever heard of. Every modern military on Earth is studying this same sequence right now. They're reading the same case studies, running the same simulations, building the same capabilities, because the logic is clear and the results are really hard to ignore. So the question is really whether your country's ready for someone to use that chain on you. Thank you for watching.
Interesting video. It lacked quite a few things though. But I suppose it's okay. Well, I mentioned other things. Main thing is like, why would you not mention NotPetya or Petya? Simon, you need to reprimand at least one of your writers. But yeah. Information warfare is real, hybrid warfare is real. It is what it is. Now who wanted to contact me? Oh, it's a watch long. I need to do that. I think that is, however, all of my content for today. Yeah. I think everyone has left already from my viewers as well, so I will be doing, I think I will be doing Warframe tomorrow. In fact, fuck it, I'm gonna schedule a stream to make myself do it. Yes, I'm gonna do exactly that. That's it. Thank you for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Let's see if I can find a good song to leave you fun. That's not the window.
This is insane. It's like, like I said, it's like being sworn.
That is not the one that I want. Let's play. Oh, actually, wait. It's in. Well, no, that isn't one day. When the Artemis 2 crew comes up. Shit. Will I be able to watch that? We'll see. No, okay, maybe I'll just play a random thing from my I was just gonna play Red Alert, but you know, fuck it. We march to the end of the stream today.